of this push-pull relationship where, the people that buy, the knives for years, the 70%, 80% drawdowns, when it is floating around all-time highs, when you do have, when you did give up so much to buy Bitcoin when no one else believed in it, it is okay to take a little bit off.
But would you say people, isn't there a disconnect between the billions we're seeing in daily inflows, right? The headlines now are these ETFs are taking billions, they're buying billions of dollars of Bitcoin. How does the price stay stable given those conditions?
Well, I don't blame it on the OGs. I blame it on Wall Street, right? And so they use these financial products for trade, for arbitrage, for hedging, right? And so, as the asset gets bigger, the market cap gets bigger, it's harder to move, and so the volatility obviously goes down, right? So we've seen that, right? The drawdowns have become less, and the upsides have been less as well. So the volatility is being dampened, and really these institutional products have opened it up to funds, hedge funds, et cetera. And so they're doing a lot of trading. So there's a lot of hedging, right? And so they're sort of bringing Bitcoin and keeping it down within that range. So I think a lot of it is sort of that manipulated price that just comes naturally when Wall Street comes on board with that. And I would expect that to continue, right? And one of the biggest criticisms about Bitcoin has been the volatility, specifically around trying to use it as a currency because the price is too volatile. And we always say, well, once it gets to 5 trillion or 10 trillion, the volatility will go down. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And so the other thing, though, I would just point out to everybody, just keep this in mind, is that Bitcoin has big moves. And so it can sit at 60,000, 60,000, and then all of a sudden in 30 days, it could be 100,000.
So you would go against this idea that Bitcoin has IPO, that's had its success, its best days are behind them, Frank?
I wouldn't necessarily say, I don't think its best days are behind it. I think its best days are ahead of it. And I know maybe not in terms of like, 300% appreciations in a course of a few weeks or something like that. But to Mark's point also, when you're dealing with Wall Street, I think you're dealing with people who are of the mindset of like, oh, I just made 20% on an investment. When you're in the world of Bitcoin, making 100% on your money within a few months is sort of like the norm. Obviously losing, big chunks, a large percent of the value is also part of the norm. But I think part of it is like, oh, it's up this much over this short of a period of time. Of course, I'm going to take some money off the table, and I think that's just the way that those markets work. They're a little bit mature. There's people. A lot of these funds have people to they're investors to answer to. So just saying, I'm going to let this this Bitcoin I bought at maybe 48,000 ride to like, no, I'm just holding to 250. It's just people aren't going to look at it like that. I don't think.
Well, of course, we'll be sending you over the main Nakamoto stage industry day here at Bitcoin at 2024. Moments away. We want to end this panel strong. I want to talk about bullish catalysts going forward. We've talked about the dampening price. We've talked about the range-bound Bitcoin in 60,000s. What catalysts are ahead?
The catalysts are either likely Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will be president. They will all be running multi-trillion-dollar deficits, and the Fed's about to cut rates into that, right? So the catalyst, as maybe boring as it is very much the same story as it's been the past 2 years. It's that they will continue to issue more currency. They will continue to suppress rates because they have to.
Here early this morning. My name's Alex. I'm going to be your host.
Thanks for joining us. Smash that like button. We're going live to the main stage right now.
The first session of the day, we're going to kick it off with
Stay with us.
Sophie Von Leer from Strategic Maverick. She's doing a session on mastering strategic thinking, leading Bitcoin companies effectively. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause for Sophie Von Leer.
And today I'm here to tell you about how to be a Bitcoin leader. Well, you might say Bitcoin is leaderless, so what's the point of talking about leadership? However, Bitcoin deserves all of us, to lead it to the future it deserves. So today what I'm going to tell you about has the potential to reduce your turnover rate significantly based on research. Also, it can very much add to your bottom line. In fact, one of the research has showed that it can add to the bottom line by 20%. And additionally, it can help your organizational culture to be much more entrepreneurial and innovative. So the idea that I'm going to talk about is this persona that I have developed called Strategic Maverick. Think of it as an archetype of a Bitcoiner. Someone who can look at the future and really plan accordingly. Additionally, have that entrepreneurial maverick persona as well. But before I get into the research, the ideas, the things that I want to tell you today, allow me to tell you a little bit about myself. Well, like many of you, I came to Bitcoin through analyzing, understanding, and meaning making of my pain and my past and developing resilience. Growing up in Iran, I had to really, really fast learn how to adapt. And coming here as a teenager and going into engineering and getting my bachelor's and master's in engineering, and then soon finding myself leading very large engineering teams with billion-dollar contracts, really pushed me into learning how to be the kind of person that could serve and help others, and truthfully be the kind of person that I could be proud of myself. And frankly, being Persian, I always think about how to making my parents happy. However, all of this were at some point combined with my PhD in leadership and research and doing many interventions for companies like Amazon Web Services and some of the companies you know in the Bitcoin space. So from all that experience and from the research that I've done in the space of leadership, I meditated, I prayed on how I could say something in the 30 minutes that I have that would allow you to have the most amount of takeaway and really transform you in the kind of leader that you want to become. So, and once again, I'm here because I'm a Bitcoiner and I'm proud. I'm an engineer, I manage large teams, I care about leadership, and I think I'm a decent person. So I get to that a little bit more as to why that matters. So, as I've mentioned, a strategic maverick is a persona, is an archetype, is a type of leader, is a lighter identity that I want to talk about today. I define it as the kind of people that pretty much overcome challenges and become better at life in general, but also leadership. You're the kind of people that are anti-fragile. And they are also the kind of people that have the ability to learn from these challenges and take on future with much more tenacity and grit and overcome them by having a strategic mindset. Also, what I want to talk to you about, which is something highly spiritual for me, is having service mindset. I'm sure a lot of you here are familiar with the concept of service. After all, Satoshi, our father or mother, has taught us how to be service-oriented. He or she has left behind a legacy of service, something that we don't know how it come about or who left us this legacy, this inheritance, but because of it, we are all better. And it will change generations to come. So I think we owe it to him or her to be also service-oriented. So before I get any deeper into my presentation, I want to remind you of the 3 concepts that I've covered and the 3 trifecta of the things that would make someone a strategic maverick. So the first thing that I'm going to cover today is service mindset. And then next, I'm going to talk a little bit about strategies to be more strategic, pun intended. And also, I'm going to talk a little bit about the idea of becoming anti-fragile. Because we've all heard it's a good idea to be adaptive, to be the kind of person that learns from mistakes, but not many people talk about the tools that it requires, mental tools that it requires to be more adaptive, what I call adaptive resilience. So in plain language, I'm going to talk about how to prioritize the needs of others and also going beyond the now and not focusing on only the tactical aspect of managing an organization, managing a family, managing yourself, and also how to evolve from pain. However, this is not just something that applies to an individual level. It also applies to organizational level. What I have to discuss today also helps organizations to be more decentralized. Well, Bitcoin is decentralized technology. However, a lot of our organizations that we see today, after a while when they grow, they become more centralized. We have a leader on top and a bunch of followers, and there isn't much of a system in place to make sure that everybody has the power of decision making and entrepreneurship and having that initial cultures that began the organization. So hopefully, as you can see, this corresponds to service mindset. Having more service mindset allows for higher degrees of decentralization. Another thing is that having a strategic mindset allows for having more bias for action, which is something that in companies that I work with, and I've done a lot of interventions and trainings for, they have a very heavy emphasis on constantly improving and constantly thinking about what's next. And having that mentality of thinking about the risks, not only about program risks, but the little everyday tasks of how to manage your daily task and risk in mind, and also optimizing opportunities. And at last, most of us have heard of the concept of learning organizations that evolve and grow. So having adaptive resilience on an individual level very much leads to having organizations that evolve organically. So as an engineer, I couldn't resist to create an equation, forgive me. I really, really think that having a strategic action and resilience combined is not enough. And only service mindset, if you look at the equation, would lead to having a strategic maverick. But they're all combined allow for someone to embody this concept of a strategic maverick persona. Look at the cool transition I've created. Service mindset. So service mindset, as I've mentioned before, it's a little bit of a spiritual concept for me, frankly. It is the idea of having the ability to go from disconnection to connection, from isolation to creation. From the idea of, instead of thinking heavily about your own needs, thinking about the needs of those around you, and not just your customers. A lot of us hear service as far as, oh, well, be service-oriented and meet the needs of the customers. But what I mean by that is that think about the needs of your teammates, your stakeholders, your followers, your family, and constantly going beyond the ego and thinking through the lens of another. And that requires building trust. And that definitely requires having a relational component to your leadership and just who you are as an individual. So stakeholder management is another key point here. However, I would emphasize the idea of building trust as an idea of service orientation. Well, to impress you, I tried to dig up the research on how service orientation and service mindset not only is a good thing, right? It also very heavily helps organizations to have higher performance, financial performance, less turnover rate. I don't want to bore you with this. Customer satisfaction, innovation, creativity, and of course, having better organizational citizenship, which what that means is that everybody feels much more heard and innovated and that their ideas are being implemented. So we covered service mindset as a philosophy, as an idea, as some abstraction until now. But I wanted to give you some tools to take away today and not just be inspired, but rather have some mental toolkit that you can draw from when you go back to your organizations, your families, your communities. I search my soul very heavily in finding the best tool that I can bring today, since I've done this for many organizations, and it usually is a training that takes weeks to be implemented for someone to change their mindset to be more service-oriented. However, one tool that over and over again becomes useful and I see the most amount of impact is the concept introduced by Edgar Schein. Dr. Edgar Schein is the father of organizational culture. Very cool guy, I would say. I've met him several times in my life. And he created humble inquiry, which is a form of asking questions. It sounds simple, I know. Everybody tells you ask more questions, ask better questions. But humble inquiry very much embodies what is best about service orientation in the way that actually opens up the space for people to not only express themselves, but also ask the hard questions. And for the person that is asking the questions to be truthfully curious. A lot of us are born in a state of mind where we are absolutely clueless. I don't know about you, but I definitely was born in a state of mind that I didn't know what's going on around me. And I was extremely curious to learn about the environment, the people, and the things that allowed me to grow, survived. Having that degree of curiosity, it very much allows for people to have the right persona for asking the right questions. And it allows for other people to really, really get to know you better. So it actually deepens relationships on a fundamental level. Some of the examples of asking the right humble inquiry questions that really allows for that the relationship to develop is, how can I better support you in achieving your goals? So if you can see here, it's not about making assumptions as what the other person's goals are about, but rather focusing on, again, service mindset of the individual's goals and only acting as a conduit, as a service-oriented individual for that energy to flow in a way that would allow them to grow, allow them to be empowered and inspired. And other questions that I'm not going to read from the screen. But what I want you to take away from this is the idea that every minute of every day is an opportunity to ask the kind of question that can change the trajectory of your life. And pray you embody human that goes beyond just this moment in time, but becomes eternal and meaningful for everybody involved. The next concept that we discussed in the triad of being a strategic maverick is the idea of taking strategic action. A lot of us in our organizations, in our families, in our individual lives are so busy thinking about the now. We are so busy thinking about the tactical stuff. What am I going to do today? How am I going to accomplish my to-do list? How am I going to answer to the thousands of emails sitting in my inbox? And rarely we think about the future and the ideas that comes after now. So having a strategic plan in mind and having a strategic action, so it's not just a plan, so we are moving on from the mindset to the behavior, is very important idea for accomplishing that persona of someone who's continuously improving and evolving. Well, again, I sat down and tried to think about all the trainings I have given as a consultant and as a coach and summarize these ideas of a strategy to these 6 cardinal rules of thinking strategically. I think the number 1 is anticipating shifts. I think the most important thing is to know that change is constant. I mean, as Bitcoiners, we
Welcome
all
back
know
to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The topic now on the desk is Bitcoin and crypto. Of course, it's industry day here, and we're shortly finding, as we'll see on the main stage today with the announcements, that these two sides of the industry are quickly coming together, maybe clashing no more. We've got some new guests here. To my far left, Gwart, host of the Gwart Show and Gwart on Twitter, and Christian Carolus, Director of Financial Freedom at the Human Rights Foundation. So guys, want to kick it off. What's the current state of play in Bitcoin and crypto? And are these two sides of the industry, which were formerly foes, coming together in a time of peace? Word.
Yeah, I think that certainly appears to be the case. It's long been said in Bitcoin that anything that happens elsewhere will be eventually brought to Bitcoin. And I think we're starting to see this play out. And I think there's there's a tremendous amount of new development, I would say, in the past couple of years that seems promising to some extent.
Well, let's start there. What has gotten people excited? Because, flashback to Bitcoin 2023, and these would have been fiercely divided camps. We would have had, Bitcoiners been staunchly, no NFTs, no, quote, use cases on my blockchain. What flipped?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the ordinals and inscriptions had the first and most sort of poignant impact on this, and especially kind of ripped away some of the some of the notions that this wasn't going to be feasible on Bitcoin. So I think this certainly kickstarted it, and then there's been obviously a movement since to just push expressivity and increasing development in this space. So this is that's what I would say was certainly the catalyst.
CK, your take?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Bitcoiners, let's say the ones that have been here for a while, ones who identify as Bitcoiners necessarily like this development. But I think what's interesting is that Bitcoin itself is resistant to its biggest fans, if you will, the purists.
Permissionless nature. Right?
So, for me, I personally see Bitcoin as, one, it is permissionless technology, and this is kind of proof of permissionlessness. And then two, Bitcoin adoption actually happens in a viral and unpredictable manner rather than a logical manner. And so while confusion happens, while not on my blockchain happens, while people may get riled up, ultimately Bitcoin just is. And the way that it moved forward, it just emerges.
So, of course, we're talking about the launch of ordinals last year in January 2023. We saw the launch of runes this year in April 2024. Both protocols, I think, have a common theme, right? They're trying to bring, quote, use cases from crypto to Bitcoin. Are there other use cases that we might see? What's the state of play? Are these both successes? How do you see the market evolving? Are we trending towards these use cases coming back to Bitcoin, or how do you see the market, Quart?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ordinals are they're here to stay, and I think that there will be, I'm not saying any current ordinal iterations, but I think that the general idea of digital art is here to stay. I'm quite interested in still seeing what we can do in terms of pushing the L1 scaling wise and what is feasible now. I think there's been this inclination as of late to, go the route of L2s and really sort of borrowing these ideas from Ethereum, the roll-up centric roadmap. And I'm still excited about what's feasible with, HTLCs, DLCs. I mean, I still think there's room to push there. So it's sort of in a interesting spot.
Well, I think the critics here have a little bit of a hard time seeing the forest through the trees. And the question that we get a lot is, what's the prize, right? Why do this? It's a nice right now. There's Bitcoin and there's crypto. Bitcoin is this solid digital gold. Crypto is where we try all the experimental new things. Why erode this divide? What's the upside here? CK?
I don't really know the answer to that question. Ultimately, I think that what inscriptions and ordinals kind of showed is that there was actually a deep desire within the crypto community to be able to align with a lot of the benefits that Bitcoin offered. And it kind of gave them something to scratch their itch, both with 21 million, this is immutability, as well as you can kind of do, the use cases that excite you. Ultimately, I truly think that what we're seeing emerge in front of us is the failure of Ethereum, and Ethereum really breaking down from a narrative perspective. I think Ethereum is breaking down from a sound money perspective. They tried that narrative, and Ethereum is breaking down from a coin issuance perspective too, with other competitors like Solana kind of squeezing them as well. So ultimately we're kind of seeing this bounce back.
So more to do with the failures of the crypto system than maybe the strength of Bitcoin. Guart, your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I would. That is slightly more caustic than the terms that I would use maybe, but I do generally agree. I think there's been this idea, we'll observe what happens elsewhere, right? Like I was saying before, we'll observe what happens elsewhere. We'll bring this to Bitcoin. Well, I think there's some maybe slight shift back now towards realizing that perhaps the use cases that seemed viable elsewhere aren't quite as viable as we would have thought. And it could, in fact, be many houses of cards, and there may be, small incremental improvements perhaps to the tech stack that we've seen elsewhere, but writ large, we haven't seen massive unlocks outside of Bitcoin.
According to Galaxy Research, Bitcoin L2s raised $95 million in Q2. That's a 100% increase from Q1. So obviously there's venture demand here. So why are investors investing in these projects? What are they investing in? Guart, your take.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we've seen this resurgence, right? And we've seen this resurgence in interest from developers. You know, there's long been this idea that developers left because there's nothing to do on Bitcoin. Well, now we're seeing, you know, this come back to some extent. It will be interesting to see how these play out. It's not immediately clear that there's you know, a trustless bridge mechanism yet to really, you know, put Bitcoin on these side chains. And you know, I would just say that there's also been this idea that, well, you kind of need to prove product market fit elsewhere. And you know, I'm not entirely sure that product market fit has been proven elsewhere. So it'll be interesting how.
Well, how do you assess product market fit with, let's just take an example of meme coins, right? If you look at the crypto space right now, the craze is we're going to maybe see Hawktoe Girl here later, just launched a meme coin. We have Scottie Pippen, formerly of the Chicago Bulls, tweeting about Satoshi Nakamoto yesterday. Can something like a meme coin have a product market fit? Is this just malinvestment?
Yes. No, I mean, I can answer that. Look, we live in a high velocity trash economy with where people are struggling to get alpha. People are struggling to,
or they want an easy way to get ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they want to get ahead, and they're trying to get out of fiat, and money printing, getting closer to the money printer, aka being a VC and investing in L2s early, or being a degenerate and getting into meme coins early. It's all very logical when you think of it as a frame of, you know, the dollar and all these other things, you know, are kind of creating this incentive to want to gamble. So, you know, I think, you know, people want to get close to the money printer. That's it. So that's why there's all this malinvestment, is because there's, you know, these are tokens that are liquid, and it's just the meme or the use case or the narrative that is viable and is part of kind of like this this most recent trend.
Well, very Bitcoin defense there, of course, talking about central banking and some of the things we talk about in Bitcoin. Is that how it's seen in crypto, Gwart? How are they looking at what's going on in the meme coin phenomenon? Is there disdain there for what's going on? Is this success for them? What do you?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think so, right? Like, there's been, you know, 5 years of launching these governance tokens and utility tokens, and people are realizing they can launch these tokens themselves. They can get on one of these websites and literally launch a token in 30 seconds themselves. And so people are, you know, looking at this and saying, why are we enriching the VCs when we can literally create these ourselves? We can print these out of thin air too, right? And so yeah, I mean, there is a I think, and you know, they always say don't say that this time's different, but I think there's really increasingly a movement within the crypto community to look at, you know, this sort of barbell strategy of Bitcoin and meme coins, and the stuff in the middle is probably not that useful or valuable.
Crypto has always just been the memes, Pete, and that's the reality. Now it's just becoming more and more acknowledged, and people are just going straight for the money printer.
Well, of course, we're going to be sending it back to the main stage here in about 5 minutes. We'll be hearing about Bitcoin mining then. Topic now is Bitcoin and crypto. Smash that like button on YouTube if you're following us. Of course, we're bringing you all the action from Industry Day here at Bitcoin 2024. The topic now is what we're seeing behind us. We're looking at the booths. A lot of Bitcoin L2s here. The question that I would have maybe for the panel is, you know, what product are they selling? What's their goal in being here? Gwart, maybe take us into the minds of these young entrepreneurs who are here.
Yeah, so I mean, there's been this emergence of DeFi, right? Like, you know, decentralized finance. There's various things you can do with your tokies. You know, you can borrow against them, and you can trade them, and you can leverage them up. And you know, this hasn't really been feasible with Bitcoin prior, and now we have some, you know, bridges. You know, not sure they're, you know, trustly verified, but we have bridges now. And I guess there's this rationale that people want to do this with their Bitcoin. And, you know, I think from what I can tell with a lot of these L2s, they're replicating a lot of what we've seen elsewhere. So we'll see, you know, how it works on Bitcoin. It'll be interesting to observe.
Well, I guess the question again that many people are asking is this progress? Is this progressing towards something? What's the ideal end state here? Is there an end state, or is it a barbell? As you said, we'll be left with Bitcoin and crypto, and we'll just be back to the divide.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I kind of zoom out on this, and I think, you know, like, what does the average person need, right? Like, the average person,
they need a Hawktoe meme coin.
Well, they're not financial engineers, right? So in terms of the total addressable market of a lot of DeFi, like, maybe the total addressable market for DeFi are the people who are currently in DeFi. You know, these people who want to be financial engineers on their own. You know, now does this present somewhat of like a vampire attack on traditional finance? We may see. I mean, I think stable coins are a Trojan horse in this sense. And there's obvious, you know, we shouldn't be using wires anymore. We shouldn't be using ACH. Like, stable coins are so clearly better. But, you know, for the rest of this stuff, like, 99% of the world does not need to leverage long on perps on a decentralized exchange. They don't. And we need to be realistic about that. So in terms of, like, you know, I view the total addressable market of Bitcoin as, or the trickle down effects of the total addressable market of Bitcoin as everybody in the world, truly, right? I don't necessarily view that with decentralized finance, let's call it.
Well, the Ethereum ETF went live this week. Obviously, maybe disappointing numbers for some in that space. Maybe a little bit lower percentage of the Bitcoin volume. So, what kind of narrative here is Wall Street hearing? Right, I think that's a concern when people hear about building on Bitcoin L2s, is that there's narrative confusion, narrative pollution. We're diluting Bitcoin's narrative. Is this something that you guys agree with?
Yeah, I'll try with that. So, when I look at Bitcoin and then I look at how people view Bitcoin, I think people view Bitcoin through their own pre-existing lens. And that's why you kind of see this trend of people being primed at certain levels and kind of getting into Bitcoin. So very early on, it was the cypherpunks, and then, maybe it was the libertarians and so on and so forth. So, ultimately I see like this narrative pollution is actually just appealing to the different
adoption.
This is appealing to the different mental models of people, and then you got to meet people where they're at and then move them towards what Bitcoin is truly offering, which I think is actually a definancialization. So not a decentralization of finance, but a definancialization of the world, and making the world a more sound kind of like economic system.
But isn't the trend here, I think, obviously towards more ETFs, right? I doubt that the Ethereum one will be the last. We'll see kind of Wall Street pour into this industry. Don't they need to have a narrative to buy, right? Doesn't there have to be a reason to buy some of these products?
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously we have our biases, but I would generally put most of the rest of crypto in a different category, which to me is just tech, right? And tech continues to improve, tech continues to iterate, and there will always be a faster L1. There will always be a more capital efficient perp dex, right? So my point with this is just saying that, you can sell the tech with these ETFs, and I don't see any issue with that. I don't see why Solana shouldn't have an ETF. I don't, I don't see why, for the next 5 years, we won't have many ETFs coming onto the market and selling the idea of tech.
Yeah, I want to jump in here too. Is I've been long predicting that the crypto apparatus is actually a DDoS on the SEC and these securities laws. And the reality is that a lot of these laws are they're not consistent, right? So the reality is that the SEC is unable to actually kind of enforce what's on the books already, and I would say that the ETH ETF is actually really a sign that they're bending the knee now, and that they're probably going to see a flood of illegal securities start to be relabeled or whatever, and truly the SEC just can't handle the sheer volume of this issuance. And I think we're entering into a new paradigm of what people should be allowed to do as retail.
Well, that brings me to my last question here before we head back to the main stage. Obviously, Donald J. Trump will be here on Saturday. A big push from the crypto industry to, as you said, change securities laws. There's been some support in Bitcoin for this, some dissent. I think, why do you see Bitcoiners championing action against the SEC when Bitcoin is a commodity? It's already regulated, and to many extent, there's not much to gain from some of these new laws from a Bitcoin perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think that stable coins to me are a good example of something that's like very clearly obvious and needs some regulatory oversight or whatever, and they will be, like I said, the Trojan horse. And I think that Bitcoiners maybe in the past have been a bit critical, calling a lot of these things illegal securities, but I think that maybe there's perhaps a realization that Bitcoin is going to win on its own merits, and that we are no longer concerned about the tech. So we'll see if that's
CK, accurate. Your take on the regulatory environment, how it relates to Bitcoin and crypto before we go back to the main stage.
Yeah, I just think that some people don't have enough confidence in Bitcoin, and they want to lean on regulators to do their job when they don't even realize, like I said, that these regulators are being DDoS, and they just don't have the bandwidth to deal with it. So I think that this technology is overwhelming, and ultimately Bitcoin's going to win because it's a better system, not because a regulator locked down some legal security.
Well, Bitcoin colliding with crypto, Washington colliding with Bitcoin. We're going to be sending it back to the main stage now for nation state game theory energy infrastructure. You're going to be hearing from Harry Suddick of Grid Infrastructure, Jeff Lucas from Bitfarms, Lisa Howe from the Bitcoin Today Coalition, of course, moderated by Troy Cross of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. Stay tuned with us. We'll be back with more special guests all day. We're going to send it over to the main stage. It's Industry Day here at Bitcoin 2024. And if you get some extra time, head over to bitcoinmagazine.com. Pick up a subscription to the Bitcoin Magazine latest issue, the privacy issue on stands now, talking about the Samurai case. But again, the topic we're going to nation state game theory happening now at the Nakamoto stage. Stay with us. Smash that like button. Hit that subscribe. We'll be back with more after this.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
Oh, very cool.
You're out there, John. He wrote that provision as an intern for the White House. That would basically ban Bitcoin mining in the U.S. I like John, I love John, but I think that was a mistake. On the other hand, we have Donald Trump saying that all the remaining Bitcoin should be made in America. A great phrase, but implausible. Anyway, wildly different postures, as you can see. And so our panel is really pushing into the mystery of why different nation states and different nation state actors would take such diametrically opposed postures towards Bitcoin mining. And just to give the game away right at the beginning, we want to talk about, first of all, the importance of energy itself for nation states in different aspects. And secondly, we want to talk about the relationship between Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure, which is maybe more complicated than you would think. So first of all, I just want to do an introduction of my panelists here. I'd like each of you to tell us who you are and what your background is and what brought you here. Why don't we start with you, Lisa?
Good morning. I thought this was going to be empty. Thank you all for coming so early this morning. I'm Lisa Huff. I'm Ella Huff's mom. She asked me not to say that, so I had to be sure and say it this morning. Former energy trader, grew up in Houston. My dad was in the energy business. My whole life has really revolved around the energy space. And there's this enormous connection between energy, national security, and what our Bitcoin miners are doing to make us a more resilient world, not just a more resilient country, but a more resilient world. So delighted to be with you guys and to be with these esteemed fellows today.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Lucas. I'm the CFO for Bitfarms, and I appreciate all you being here for the Red Eye special. So Bitfarms, we're about almost 12 exahash now, 21 by year end and 35 plus by next year. We will shortly have about 600 megawatts of capacity here. We operate in 4 countries, Canada, the United States, Argentina, and we have a lot of growth going on right now and a strong presence in Paraguay.
I'm Harry Sudak. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Grid, soon to be joining CleanSpark. And I'm really an energy and prosperity maximalist at the heart of it. And so this topic is particularly germane to sort of my Bitcoin journey and education. You know, I didn't come into this as an energy expert by any stretch of the imagination, but the relationship between better money and better electricity and the intersection of those two ideas is really what gets me most excited.
Well, Harry, why don't we start with you, since you just described yourself as an energy and prosperity maximalist. Let me take the other side. Don't we need to conserve resources generally? And why are you an energy maximalist? Shouldn't we be kind of conservation maximalists?
So the short answer is no. We should not be conservation maximalists. We should produce dramatically more electrons in the most clean and responsible way that we know how as a people, because, you know, there's a classic chart which basically shows per capita GDP across one axis and megawatt hours per citizen along the other axis. And the relationship between prosperity and energy production is ironclad. There's no daylight between those two ideas. And so it's a burden upon us to figure out how can we generate dramatically more so that we can deliver dramatically more as global citizens to bringing the world forward, whether that's across technology spectrum, whether that's across food and education and all of the biomarkers of human flourishing. The energy density per capita is the sort of single numeraire for that idea. And if we don't do that, we're going to owe a great debt of shame to future generations.
Yeah, I've seen the statistic about you know, how much energy we use per capita in the U.S. And if we were to convert that into human labor, it would be something like 500 or 600 personal servants for each one of us to live the way we live. So in some ways, we all already live like kings relative to the entire history of humanity. And that's brought to us in ways that we most of us don't understand or even acknowledge. It's completely invisible to us. And maybe in the future, the number of personal service equivalents will be vastly higher if we develop more energy. Lisa, you mentioned the national security and energy in your introduction. What does energy have to do with national security? I thought national security was about like weapons and the military.
Yeah, I think that that's the common the common image, right, that comes to mind when we think national security. We all view these tanks and troops lined up, but national security is three-pronged. National security is a strong standing military. National security is diplomacy, which is what's one of the most hopeful things about this incredible conference this year, the number of diplomats that are coming to speak and to listen to us. But the third thing is your GDP, right? What does a country make, and who are its people? And so when you have countries with abundant energy that they're harnessing, that they're embracing, that they're growing, that they're making more resilient, you have things like the ability to have refineries in Texas or sheet metal manufacturing in the middle of the country, car makers, Coca-Cola bottling plants. All of those things require us, people. When we go to work at those places, at any job, we are putting money in our state coffers. When we put money in our state coffers, we're supporting energy infrastructure, roads, schools, etc. When we think of poor countries, we think of countries without that standing infrastructure, but really what you're looking at is a country with, low access or a reduced harnessing of available energy, and thus you're limiting the capabilities of your population. So national security is three-pronged. It's military, diplomacy, and it's energy infrastructure.
Excellent. Okay, I want to shift us to the relationship between Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure. I think that the stances that different governments and political actors take towards Bitcoin mining differs in part because some of them think it's bad for energy. So they would agree. Some people would just think like Bitcoin mining is bad because energy is bad. They just kind of hate. They're energy haters. They're conservation maximalists and energy use minimalists. Other people who oppose Bitcoin mining oppose it because they agree that energy is good, and that's why they don't want to give it to the Bitcoin miners. They see Bitcoin miners as stealing energy from other more productive uses or better uses of energy. And so I'd like the panelists to talk about the relationship between Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure. I like to go right back. I'll get to you, Jeff, but I've got to go right back to Lisa for a second on the relationship between Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure. How is it that Bitcoin mining could be a positive for Bitcoin, for energy infrastructure, rather than a negative?
Bitcoin mining is just this genius of a thing, right, that's seeking out cheap energy. And so you all are probably familiar with a lot of the examples that are happening around the world where they're harnessing water, they're harnessing geothermal, etc. Right? But there's also so much infrastructure within a current energy grid that's not being utilized, right? We're not monetizing every molecule. And so a few examples of that might be a natural gas processing plant where, those are typically built out at multiples of the amount, they're attached to a grid, they're built out much larger than what capacity is actually occurring today, right? They're built with a vision that there will be more demand in the future. So what you have there is basically wasted capital, because you've had a private company or maybe a public company go to the capital markets and build this infrastructure and then not utilize it. So there are places all in the energy system that is standing today.
What percentage do you think of like, for instance, natural gas? So you have a background in energy. What percentage is wasted right now in the U.S.?
I don't know what that number is. I was speaking just anecdotally to a power generation company, and this goes back 3 years or so. And I was saying, you guys should really look at Bitcoin mining because you're a power generator, and a non-0% of the time, you're paying to have your excess power taken. And this happens whether or not you are running, wind turbines, or it's a natural gas power plant. So I went to this company. I said, what is that actual number? And they said 4% of the time. So if we think about the amount, what would be the percentage that Apple would pay a consumer to take an iPhone? It's 0, right? Apple would never pay somebody to take it, but we have energy companies who are paying to have excess power taken. Well, now there's Bitcoin mining, right? And it's accretive. It's a fine tuning of their balance sheets to really make productive use of every dollar that they've invested in capital infrastructure.
Great. Jeff, can you tell us you have an operational perspective on this because you actually do it. And can you tell us what it looks like in the real world to improve energy infrastructure with Bitcoin mining?
Sure, I'm glad to do that. But let me step back, Ken, just for a moment, because actually, Harry and Lisa, you gave a great construct there. So let me try to apply a practical context, because we're building out several hundred megawatts in Paraguay. So to play upon some of the statistics that you mentioned, Harry, here, Paraguay has about 6.8 million people. It has a GDP of roughly around 2 years ago, about $43 billion. Per capita income was about $600.
Oh my gosh.
So clearly, political stability and economic growth and prosperity are paramount naturally in people's minds here. And there's no doubt whatsoever that energy infrastructure is absolutely key behind all that being successful here. The challenge, as you point out, and we've learned in our discussions with you, Harry, is that you design an energy environment or infrastructure for the peak load period, not for the average usage. And as was pointed out, as you just said, that could be 3 to 4% of the time here. So that's not a very efficient use of capital in capital-constrained countries such as Paraguay. The political leaders recognize just how important that infrastructure is to advancing their own longer-term goals here. Sometimes you have shorter-term consequences as a result of that. But that aside here, they realize just how compelling it is. Now, what role does mining play in that? Well, you take a look at our industry. Several years ago, in the earlier days of our industry here, the goal was to mine as much Bitcoin as you can, take your miners, run them 100% of the time or as close to that uptime as you can achieve. But the industry and the technology has become far more sophisticated now. With the firmware that's in existing miners, with additional software you can develop, you can fine-tune the performance of those miners. So rather than a country having to actually build out for those peak periods, which only occur 3 or 4% of the time, they can be far less. They can rely upon us, one, to dial down the power when it's not needed, or secondly, to utilize that extra availability and keep the system balanced and manage the loads much more effectively. So that's truly the beauty that miners bring, and we're seeing that more and more every day. And when we have discussions, for example, with the political leaders in Argentina and Paraguay, they're new to this, but they glom onto this very, very quickly. They recognize how the fact is they can improve their infrastructure, their political stability, and their personal goals, while at the same time doing it in a fashion that minimizes the capital deployment required.
Harry, do you want to talk about what you wish people understood about how energy is produced and how Bitcoin mining fits into that?
Yeah, I think that we suffer societally from sort of there used to be an illiteracy crisis across the planet, and now I believe there's an innumeracy crisis where our relationship to the numbers and the system engineering principles that really govern our lives is just this sort of opaque wizardry that we don't deeply understand anymore. And so when you think about what an energy system is, right, there's only 3 roles in the system. There's a turbine that spins with a big magnet, and that's how the electrons are created. There's a transmission system that's designed to move those electrons all over up to about 500 miles. And then there's a spider web of delivery systems at those endpoints that make sure those electrons get into houses or very large conference centers, depending on where you may be. So, you know, those are the three fundamental roles, and there are constraints amongst those roles where it's very expensive to move power over a great distance, and it's very expensive to build the infrastructure required to deliver. And so the cost of those investments end up getting passed back to the users. So I had a conversation with an East Tennessee utility executive, and it was right when inflation was peaking over 9%. And he called me and said, you know, I'm very concerned because I'm being put in a position where I only have 4 options. Option 1 is I degrade service. I deliver lower quality because it's too expensive to continue to deliver the quality that I have in the past. Option 2 is I raise prices and I pass these costs back to individuals. Option 3 is I add debt to our local economy and borrow money, which ends up getting passed back to all the users. Or I find someone like you who's going to buy this power on a flexible basis, give it back when I need it, and generate the incremental revenue required to make the system investments such that I'm able to deliver the current equivalent quality without raising costs. And so forgive me, but I'm the son of a CFO who tells me with great regularity that revenue cures everything. And so from a utilities perspective, when they meet a Bitcoin miner, rather than saying, is this fake criminal internet money, or saying, aren't you just a power hog, or whatever other kind of fudster type of approach that they would typically take, they should come to us in those conversations and say, oh, you're the revenue. You're the revenue I haven't been able to find for the last 30 years because there's no flexible load customer that looks like a Bitcoin miner. They're not out there. And so revenue cures everything because these are systems that require continuous reinvestment. If you look at our transmission lines, they're woefully underinvested in many, many parts of the country. And that means that the quality of life in all of those places, they deserve better and they can get better. But we need to go there. We need to buy an enormous amount of their power, and we need to give all of that power back when they need it. And we're going to be able to deliver prosperity and print enormously profitable businesses along the way. And that's why we all do what we do every morning.
Let me add to that point. We spend an inordinate amount of time educating folks, including the political leaders, as to the points that you just made, which are absolutely brilliant. Let me focus on Paraguay. They share the output of the 3rd largest dam in the world, called the Itapu Dam, about 14 gigawatts. They share it with Brazil. The problem is they don't have the transmission and the distribution infrastructure that you spoke to. They can take advantage of it. They sell about 90% of their output, their allocation, back to Brazil for a fraction of what they can get, actually, for what we pay as miners here. So we bring them double benefits here. One, we bring them the revenue figure, Harry, which you spoke to. But secondly, the flexible demand. Again, that minimizes the extent of the capital investment they have to make to build out that electrical infrastructure and achieve that political stability and international independence.
Well said. Lisa, I wanted to come back to you about Texas in particular. What is Harry gave us some alternatives to Bitcoin mining, but how does it look, or how has it looked in Texas?
So I wanted to add on to something Harry had said. Probably you all are aware that Warren Buffett has, said really not flattering things about our industry. And I'm going to tell you what he tried to do in Texas that is very illuminating, no pun intended. In 2021, after we had this horrible winter storm and so many Texans lost lives and we suffered without power, Berkshire Hathaway Energy swooped in to speak to our state and said, hey, we will build peak, we will come in and we will build 10 peaker plants for you. And we will outlay this capital. It was like $50 billion. We will coordinate the capital. We will make this investment in your state. These plants will be 50 megawatts apiece. And for that, we want a guaranteed rate of return of about 9%. Now, what this would have done, and Texas, by the way, said, yeah, no thanks. First of all, we believe in free markets. But what that would have done is, for me as a ratepayer, it would have added a number at the bottom of my bill every month that was like $1. And the nail salon across the street in the strip center, theirs would have been about $8 or $10. And the Coca-Cola bottling plant that's on the freeway near my house, theirs would have been $100 or $200, right? So it would have been like this insurance almost against the power going out. Okay, so that's 500 megawatts, 10, 50 megawatt plants. But then you have Riot, who in Rockdale, Texas, went to the capital markets and they coordinated money and they put shovels in the ground all by themselves, no burden to me, the ratepayer. And they built a 500 megawatt Bitcoin mining facility, which when that storm hit, you know what they did? They turned it off. They put all that power back onto the grid, no burden at all financially to me. So why does Warren Buffett, you know, curse our industry? It's look at the incentives, right? He's somebody that is trying to push upon us an incentive-based, you know, another burden for a taxpayer. That is not a free market. That is not what we stand for here in the country with the strongest capital markets on earth.
I want to ask each of you one last question. I think the panel so far we've gotten energy is good. Energy is good for national security. It's good for humanity. We've also gotten Bitcoin mining is uniquely good for energy. It's good because it doesn't just use power, it pays for power, and paying for revenue solves everything. But it's also good because it is a unique buyer of power, one that is flexible, and grids are sized to peak loads, which happen very, very rarely. And Bitcoin mining can fund the infrastructure that meets those peaks without adding to the peak, and that's unique. My partner at Bitcoin Policy Institute, Margot Paez, and I just wrote a piece, wrote a report called "The Locust and the Dung Beetle" about AI and Bitcoin mining, which is trying to make exactly this point, that AI, at least in its current incarnation, is inflexible and it's a buyer of energy, but it's also adding to peak. And Bitcoin mining, while it's buying, is not adding to peak, and that is all the difference. I want each of you, if you can, quickly to turn to the prescriptive side. If nation states would benefit by having a flexible buyer of electricity, what are the sticking points for that actually happening? Why isn't it happening in some places and happening in others? So you can address this however you like. Advice to lawmakers, like how do you set up a state to welcome and best use this form of energy? Or whatever, final quip, final thought. Lisa, I may have put you on the spot here. I didn't prep this, but.
Stop watching the mainstream media.
That's pretty good.
So we seek to maintain a very balanced portfolio with our data centers that we have in Canada, the United States, Paraguay, and Argentina. But really what gets us most excited in so many respects are the opportunities that do exist in places like Paraguay and Argentina. But you need to keep your eye on the long ball here, because there are challenges here. In the shorter term, you know, you have the risk, as a lot of investors call it, of the stroke of the pen, that overnight you're going to have a legislative action that's going to result in either, you know, a tighter market here or higher pricing. But by playing a key role in educating the political leaders of these countries, you can go a long way to capturing that long-term value. That value is immense. It's under-recognized by the street right now and provides a wealth of upside potential for those of us who are playing in that arena.
I think that essentially the technical innovation has already happened, right? The technology is here, it's delivered. We have the ability to generate, you know, hundreds of gigawatts with nuclear power, to build enormous dams, to build, you know, incredible peaker natural gas plants, you know, all over the world. The technology is solved. The Bitcoin mining network of data centers solved. We're flexible. We know how to do this incredibly well. It's done. The area for innovation that remains is just contractual innovation. And that's a place where it's a little trickier because it's not about writing a new line of code or taping out a new semiconductor. It's about getting the stakeholders and interested parties to understand your worldview and understand your track record of delivering successful outcomes. And so the soft skills required to deliver contractual innovation are where we're going to turn our focus to next as an industry broadly, because the technology is here. We just need the contracts to run larger and faster and better.
Excellent. Well, this has been a really wonderful conversation with a high-powered group of people. I have to give a special shout out to Harry's mom, who's apparently a fan of mine. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Good job.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We're joined by a new round of special guests here. Alex Thorne, head of research at Galaxy. Margot Paez, fellow at Bitcoin Policy Institute. You just heard Nation State Game Theory, Energy Infrastructure on Industry Day here at Bitcoin 2024. Now we're going to switch the topic a little bit. Backing the dollar with Bitcoin. So we'll have a big speaker here tomorrow. You may know him, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This has been his key policy proposal, or one of the things that differentiates him now from Donald Trump, who we'll hear from on Saturday. Backing the dollar with Bitcoin. Why do we want to do this, Alex? Why is this a good idea?
Well, RFK's proposal, right, is to partially back the dollar, partially. Right. So with Bitcoin and I think metals, too, precious metals, proposal that
basket of assets.
His uncle, John F. Kennedy Jr., or John F. Kennedy, apparently wanted to do something like that. That's what RFK has said. I wouldn't back the dollar with Bitcoin. I think it's a terrible idea. I think it
coming out strong.
It will immediately crash the value of the dollar if you start formally buying Bitcoin for the purpose of protecting the dollar, hedging debasement, whatever it is. So some of the proposals I've seen include putting Bitcoin in the Exchange Stability Fund in the Treasury Department. Terrible idea. That will just if you bought corn in that vehicle, it would crash the dollar, right? Better to buy Bitcoin as a nation state for geopolitical reasons, in my opinion, for national security reasons. There's no need to literally crash the dollar as you buy Bitcoin. I think it obviously does make sense to hold scarce assets, any nation, to hedge from the likely debasement of your currency forever, but there's no need to accelerate it as for that purpose. So I'm more of a supporter of legislation that would say create a special purpose vehicle like the SPR.
Maybe like the Lummis bill that was proposed yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I saw it was reported. I've seen two things. One, I saw somebody said that it would be that the Fed holds the Bitcoin. Also seems like a dumb idea to me. And then the other one was somebody mentioning the Exchange Stability Fund inside the Treasury. I don't like either of these. I think you actually should have like a multi-sig that includes the Congress as well, and it should be specially authorized,
distributed amongst the government.
Yes, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
So Margo, you're on the research side over at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, interfacing with Washington. Is this idea viewed as a crazy idea there, or fringe? Is it mainstreaming? Your take?
I think it's very fringe, especially for Democrats to even consider backing the dollar in that way. But, you know, this is a very, very unique moment in history right now. We had President Biden drop out just months before the election in November.
Right.
Donald Trump was nearly assassinated.
Right. Yes.
I mean, who knows? I mean, everything is up in the air. Anything is possible at this point.
Well, I think it hits at really what people are concerned about this year. I think more than anything ahead of election 2024 is the economy, right? People are feeling like they aren't getting ahead. And one of the reasons that we talk a lot about Bitcoin is the US dollar, right? So it brings us back with backing Bitcoin with the US dollar. It seems like people want solutions for the US dollar. Is there a solution here? Is the US dollar slowly trending towards zero?
Yeah, I don't think there is a solution. I think look, every reserve currency in the history of the world has eventually failed, right? Except for the dollar, but that's the dollar.
There's still time.
Yes, there is still time. I think you'd be crazy to think that it will last forever, right? You'd have to believe in the end of history to believe that.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much inevitable. If the Dutch would have loved to own like the French livre, right? And the French would have loved to own, knowing what they know now, like the
Welcome
pound.
to Bitcoin 2024.
It really is this like shell game, like confidence game with these. Again, the second you start hedging your own currency's value, it's going to you effectively ensure that it will collapse.
Well, Margo, I guess the question is there a sense in Washington that the average person isn't getting ahead, that the dollar is the problem? Is there even acknowledgement of that?
Ooh, that is a very, very, very deep question. I mean, my sense is that most people have not yet connected an issue with currency or fiat currency in particular and their economic problems. I think most people and most politicians are really more focused on job creation and uplifting the middle class. I believe that was also one of Kamala Harris's recent campaign platforms, that she's making that central to her platform. So I don't see the concern around the dollar itself becoming a central theme in this election or for people just yet. But if there is some major economic crisis, that could change where it makes that distinction very clear.
I think one thing I wanted to point out is we just really haven't seen a convergence of Bitcoin and the economic issues, right? We've seen Trump come out, talk about financial independence, talk about energy independence, but there really isn't a lot of talk about how the average person can use Bitcoin to get ahead. Why is that, Alex?
Yeah, I don't think it's well known. I agree with Margo that there's no interest, I think, in Washington to have a discussion about the value or longevity of the dollar. I will say there's tons of interest in talking about inflation and how damaging it's been. And so it only seems like a mere hop, skip, and jump to get from there to actually talking about Bitcoin's value as a scarce asset as opposed to simply as
certainly inflation driving a lot of consumer behavior in Bitcoin, a lot of people dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin. Maybe you could speak to those trends that you've seen, Margo, or just how your life has changed as someone who owns Bitcoin.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's completely made me rethink saving, rethink about, think about, valuing the future investments over the present. And I think all of that is really valuable for people when they learn about Bitcoin, when they realize, okay, actually our currency, fiat currency, this debt money actually forces us to spend now and forces us to be very wasteful. And when you are able to take that step from fiat to Bitcoin, you have this realization that there is a better way to organize your life and to change these fundamental incentives. And a certain part of that can be from switching out the type of currency or type of money that you're using. So there's definitely a lot of value there that just is not yet mainstream enough for people to get. So far, it's really all about investments, speculation still, ETFs, and that's more taking people towards store value. But I think when we get to the point where if we were to have like an inflation crisis, right, I think people would start to see and value things a little bit differently, and they may think of Bitcoin more as than just an investment, like it's actually something that they can use in their everyday life.
I think the worry here is this a marriage of convenience, right? Does this result in real change? By this, I mean, Donald Trump supporting Bitcoin, RFK supporting Bitcoin, or post the election, do we go back to what's good for the dollar is what rules in Washington? Alex, your take.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely what happens. I think this is purely politics. I think, look, it's better to have at least a laissez-faire approach to Bitcoin than the current, I would say, mostly hostile environment we have from the U.S. government today. But I wouldn't expect a national Bitcoin policy to truly emerge from any of the candidates. In the end, right, power in Washington is derived partly in large part by the dollar's dominance. That's sort of why I'm arguing too that if you own Bitcoin as a nation, the U.S. were to add it as a reserve currency or hold it strategically, it shouldn't do so in relation to the dollar. It should do so because other nations are holding it, because it might be used in trade.
Holding it, right?
That's what I mean. It should be more of a geopolitical thing, and that way you could probably do both: stack it as the government and protect the dollar's value in the scheme of things. I mean, I really think the second you start backing the dollar with other things now, it's going to start losing value.
Well, I'll switch to another thing that we haven't really heard Donald Trump talk about, and that's the exemption for small purchases, right? Capital gains still on every purchase. There is an imbalance between the Bitcoin and the US dollar, and Bitcoin is in some ways not really competing as a currency at present, but could. Margot, your take on that?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin could definitely compete as a currency in the future, but I do think that we need to see the dollar, the strength of the dollar really, really decline to that point where people really say, okay, I need this alternative. On the other hand, there is this whole movement around BRICS. And so I think that's very interesting as well in this whole kind of multipolar world that is developing. And a lot of countries do want to get out of the dollar hegemony. So, you know, there is a lot of potential there. I think if there is some way for other countries to compete with a different currency, that may actually leave an opening for Bitcoin to come in. But right now, I still see the dollar as very, very strong in that regard.
Yeah, I agree, though. I think that you would rather, theoretically, if we admit with ourselves that the dollar won't always be the reserve, then wouldn't you prefer a global decentralized digital scarce commodity to say like your adversary's currency being the one? I think it's really hard to get people to go from step one to step two there in that thinking.
Let's go with a question from the YouTube channel. Of course, we're broadcasting live on X, YouTube, and Rumble, taking questions live. So if you're watching, follow along. One of the thousands of people, shoot us a question. We'll bring them up. This one from a listener, viewer. They want to know what the Bitcoin and crypto markets are going to look like after the election. I'll add a modifier there. What's the best case scenario, right? We know things are bad currently. There's some good, right? The ETF's going live. There's some bad, which we just discussed. But what's a win here for Bitcoin and crypto look like in November?
Dozens of companies go public, by the way. I would say a change of leadership at the SEC. If somebody like Hester Peirce were put in charge of the SEC, one of the most interesting things we won't talk about, I think you will see dozens of IPOs from the Bitcoin industry. From
Isn't that happening currently? We just heard Fold go public.
I'm pretty sure the only publicly listed companies in all of crypto are Coinbase, the miners, and Fold now, and maybe one or two other SPACs. But the only Fold and Coinbase are the only two venture-backed companies to ever go public, basically, in crypto. All the miners are not venture-backed, basically. Galaxy is public in Canada, but we're not venture-backed, right? So I think that would be one of the main things. You could imagine everything from like you know, Bitcoin brokerages to like literally this surveillance companies, Chainalysis, perfectly strong business, right? Like they don't see any reason why, but the SEC.
So you're saying public markets benefits, lots of new options for stock
and then
buyers.
Of course more ETFs.
And more ETFs. Okay, interesting. Margot, your take on how Bitcoin wins in November?
I think Bitcoin wins in November if a government doesn't try to impose too many regulations on how people can use Bitcoin. I mean, I think this is great. Right now we have this issue of Bitcoin Magazine, and it's the privacy issue, right?
Beautiful.
Oh God, I look terrible with this hat on. But yeah, the privacy issue, right? And I think that's a really big issue right now. We've had people arrested with Samurai Wallet and all this happening, and I think that Bitcoin wins if we win in these trials, and Bitcoin wins if these regulations do not stop people from using Bitcoin in any way that they want to use it. But I do agree that I think we're entering a future for this whole industry that is really about to blow up and go mainstream. I think the ETFs really showed that.
Well, I want to stick with your hat, of course, make Bitcoin great again. But for many, the red hat in America has become a divisive symbol, right? So I think people might look at the Bitcoin conference, they might see the hats in the crowd, they might see Donald Trump, and they might think, you know, maybe this isn't something we should support. You mentioned Kamala Harris, the current presumptive nominee. Is there a risk here that essentially there is retribution from the industry based on what's happening here in Nashville at this conference? Do you get that sense, Marco?
Okay. Do you think, sorry, could you say that again about
Harris? You know, retribution, essentially, could you see a new administration say, hey, you know, you supported the wrong candidate, sorry, you know, you haven't, you're going to stay in the doghouse, proverbially?
I don't know. I think sentiment changes very quickly depending on what happens, what statements are made. So I don't know. I think I keep an open mind on that.
No retribution here from a forward administration, maybe a Democratic win in November. Your take, Alex?
I think I think there's a risk. I think I don't think anybody should really want Bitcoin to be partisan in American politics.
I think there are contingents who do believe that.
Yeah, I don't think you should, I guess. Let me rephrase
Right.
it then. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't want it. It's obviously the network has no concept of partisan or any kind of politics, right? It's not aware that Bitcoin isn't doing anything like related to politics.
You don't think Satoshi wanted us all to vote for Donald Trump in 2024?
That's a good question.
Yeah, actually, I think it was on the March 7th,
Right.
2008.
He posted that on Bitcoin Talk.
It was like around 12:30 p.m. He said, "Look, in 20."
Well, maybe let's talk about what
we should Photoshop that up.
What would Satoshi think? Satoshi Nakamoto, of course, the founder, creator of Bitcoin, still unknown, anonymous out there. What would you think his perception would be of the situation, Alex?
I think this is well beyond what Satoshi had envisioned. I've read all of the Satoshi commentary. The closest is, how Finney talked a little bit about sort of really wider adoption, but I think this is way beyond what anyone really thought was possible, to be honest.
Margot?
Yeah, no, I don't think that this was anything that Satoshi could have possibly imagined, that it would have gone this big, and then that it would have become literally, really a part of the 2024 presidential election in the United States. Even reaching that level, I think that was beyond anything he could have envisioned.
Well, we got some fans in the chat here. Timmy Rich, Bitcoin should not be partisan, all caps, wholeheartedly endorse that. But maybe backing up a little bit to 2023, 2022, one thing we haven't touched on the desk today for those viewing at home is FTX, right? The corruption in crypto that we saw. Sam Bankman-Fried, 32 years old, sentenced to 25 years in prison, had to pay back $11 billion. I mean, really, this, for a lot of people in Washington, was the introduction to Bitcoin and crypto, right? That the failure of FTX. Is this still a concern? Has the industry moved past this? Is Washington still thinking about what happened with FTX? Alex, Margot?
Yeah, I would say nobody is more to blame for FTX than Sam Bankman-Fried, but I think it's also fair to put some of the blame at the foot of regulators in the United States, right? This was an environment where it was impossible for a lot of people to access this. I mean, they were known for leverage and like multi-collateral, using multiple types of collateral to back your levered positions, right? Something people wanted, and they couldn't build it here, so they built it on an island right next door. They, I think if there was a regime that could regulate exchanges in a way that didn't push them out of the country, then you would see more business be done and more safely. Instead, people were pushed offshore to things that had no regulation at all. I mean, so I think there's a case to be made that a clearer regulatory situation in the U.S. for crypto exchanges could have helped prevent an FTX. But nobody is more to blame than Sam himself.
Margot?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, tying this back into the whole political discussion, Sam Bankman-Fried gave a lot of money to politicians, especially on the Democratic Party.
Almost all of them.
He was including, even a very progressive candidate out of Florida, a young guy, Gen Z. So there is a big concern, I think, still about the future here, about whether you can have another Sam Bankman-Fried, and just the concern around the ties between these very corrupt individuals and members of Congress or at other levels of politics, right? So I do worry about that we are not done with seeing these types of people in the industry.
Let's talk about, obviously, self-regulation, the industry always getting better, always improving, Bitcoin always getting better and always improving. How has the industry changed and responded to the FTX collapse? Has it gotten better, Alex?
I mean, we haven't seen the widespread emergence of something like proof of reserves, which I still am a big supporter of. It get made fun of sometimes by friends of mine.
We did see
They're
yesterday.
Like, nobody cares about it.
Metaplanet and Hoseki
They're doing
a
it.
partnership
Yeah.
yesterday, a publicly traded Japanese company. So, few and far between.
I would love to see that more widely adopted. I think that's one of the clearest things. I mean, we know now that Sam didn't have anybody's Bitcoin. There was no Bitcoin at the exchange in general. So, like, you'd have seen it at least that if this was somehow the standard in the industry. We've seen some improvement. I think Kraken has done some. We've seen OKX has done some, but like you can do this in real time. You can do it on a daily basis. That would be helpful. I would say there has been, I think, ostracization of bad actors more. But yeah, I don't think the landscape has fundamentally changed that much. You still have plenty of offshore exchanges. I would say Binance being put in surveillance by the U.S. government.
Of course, Changpeng Zhao, CEO, currently in prison in California.
True. He's got to be getting out like any month.
October.
Yeah. So
he's 1 month into 4 months.
I would say,
if you're out there watching along in California, you're thought of fondly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually Binance coming under more regulation and having this whatever it is, a consent decree or whatever they came to.
So you see
That's
regulation
very
as
positive.
a solution to this era of the crypto pirate exchange?
Yeah, I mean, not all regulation is bad. Good regulation does a very good job, and I think around these exchanges we may need some regulation to protect those retail investors now. And I think that might help mature the industry and send a message like, you know, this has to stop.
Let me take into a point here. We haven't talked about Gary Gensler and his chairmanship of the SEC. I know a lot of, he's not a popular guy, Mr. Gary, if you go on X, a lot of fire Gary Gensler hashtags. But really the question I would ask is, why is he not more popular in the Bitcoin community? I mean, to an extent, he has followed through on a lot of things that Bitcoin maximalists have wanted, right? He has been very difficult on alternative cryptocurrencies. He has put a very high bar in place for them being regulated. And is there a concern maybe at this conference, Bitcoin 2024, that that goes away after November and alternative cryptocurrencies compete with Bitcoin equally? Alex, your take.
That's a good question. I think you're right. There is a likelihood.
Is it striking too much of this marriage of convenience that we have?
I think I think you're very correct in the implication of the question, which is that if a new, more laissez-faire, lenient SEC as it relates to crypto comes into power, then it absolutely will be supportive for altcoins in general, right? That's the SEC's never gone after Bitcoin. They've never alleged that Bitcoin's an unregistered security, right?
Currently regulated by the CFTC.
I would say they did do a lot insofar as, yes, the Gary Gensler is the chairman who brought the ETFs.
Hasn't that been good? Shouldn't we have supported that in Bitcoin? Why haven't we seen support for that?
I don't know. I think Bitcoiners in general are skeptical of government officials, and despite the fact that there have been wins for Bitcoin under Gensler's watch,
the ETF
I mean, right, the ETF, you know, acknowledging that Bitcoin is more of a commodity than a security, and making that distinction, like I think all of that is fair, but I still think that people are skeptical, and so they don't want to put all of their eggs in one basket and just think that the government is never going to change their mind on Bitcoin and that it's always going to be good.
Let's just take a bill like FIT21, right? I look at a bill like FIT21 from a Bitcoin perspective, and I see there's not a lot really maybe to even like here from a Bitcoin perspective. This is a bill that largely deals with making alternative cryptocurrencies considered decentralized, considered not securities, putting registrations on investors, accredited investors, or limitations on how much crypto assets you can buy. Alex, your take on that bill?
I mean, that FIT21, other alternatives being considered in the Senate, they would regulate spot Bitcoin as a commodity and give spot oversight to the CFTC. Keep in mind, this is an agency that doesn't regulate any spot markets currently, right? It's unprecedented. You can't regulate the trading of spot corn because it happens on a farm between two folks. Where's gold? Where's gold's primary trading venue? Does anyone know? It's pawn shops all over the world.
Probably one of these
million stores in India, right? Like gold is traded all over the world. There's no way to actually regulate a global spot market of commodities. So I think that is problematic for Bitcoin in particular, and any others that end up falling into that definition.
But I guess the question here is, should there be the bipartisan support that we've seen for some of these issues?
I think people just want some certainty, because regardless of the I think Gensler, keep in mind, he'd be dragged kicking and screaming into the Bitcoin ETFs. He has been judged by courts across the country as wildly overstepping his power. So I think it's reasonable for Bitcoiners to look at a regulator effectively making the rules up as they go for a multi-billion-dollar industry being
as
bad.
I said, Bitcoin is already regulated, right? It's been regulated since 2013. It's a commodity, right? So what's the horse? What does Bitcoin gain from sort of?
No, I agree. I don't think it gains too much. I think but if you put some regulation around the exchanges themselves, which yes may trade altcoins, but they also trade Bitcoin, I think you could get some consumer safety out of it. But I agree, those bills are primarily about clarifying what is and isn't a security, and there's no question about Bitcoin's security status. So it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about any legislation that comes up to try to regulate Bitcoin itself. It concerns me because I worry that there will be some kind of fine print in there that may take away our ability to use Bitcoin as a medium of exchange, or to use it in a way where we don't have to KYC ourselves. That part concerns me about that, and I think that also concerns a lot of people, even though there is a desire for certainty. It is a certainty also that I can do whatever I want with my money.
Well, I guess it gets to the larger point here, which is, this conference, particular Bitcoin 2024, Bitcoin 2023, you think about, it's been very much Bitcoin and crypto, right? We've seen a stark division, maybe a wall between those two parts of the industry. It seems like with some of this regulation, there's a peace. Maybe you can explain why that is, Alex.
I mean, Washington policymakers mostly see they may know that there is a difference, but they're not receptive to a Bitcoin isn't crypto argument, right? They see this as a one big industry, for better or for worse. So I think it's important for Bitcoiners to understand that, like, and they know this. We see this all the time, right? You see the big venture firms, the big exchanges have a lot of lobbying activities in Washington, mostly not related to Bitcoin, because again, Bitcoin's status is mostly cemented. I totally agree with Margot. The biggest, and I don't believe this is in Fit 21 or the DCCPA, which is the old one from the Senate, anything around KYC, mandatory KYC, inability to run a node, basically what Elizabeth Warren has been suggesting, that is terrible. That would be bad for Bitcoin.
Boo,
yeah, the Digital Asset Anti-Money Laundering Act is her bill, and it's an absolute disaster.
Yeah, John Deaton will be here running, of course, against Elizabeth Warren. So plenty of politics to come. If you're into that subject, it'll be a long 3 days. So sorry, you were saying, Margot, about Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, I was just saying, boo, Elizabeth Warren, for so many reasons, not just about Bitcoin.
Let's talk about her anti-crypto army, right? Because a couple of years ago, this was lauded as the what should be the Democratic faction that they should support. Is the anti-crypto army here? Do they exist?
I think that they received a lot of pushback from that, and she's not saying too much about the anti-crypto army anymore. And I think that's because there's a lot of people within her own party who do like, crypto or Bitcoin, and it's just not popular. There was a study that came out of the Nakamoto project recently that looked at that they surveyed Americans, and they found that actually Bitcoin is nonpartisan. So it doesn't really matter if you're a moderate, a Republican, a Democrat, an independent. For the most part, people are open to Bitcoin. So for the Democrats to stake everything and for Elizabeth Warren to stake an entire re-election campaign on being against cryptocurrencies, I think that's a huge risk. And I think they're seeing that. They're seeing young people, by and large, are really open to crypto, open to Bitcoin, and they're just risking completely alienating a very large portion of the population.
I want to read some fast facts from the, I think, Harris poll you mentioned, but 33% of voters believe Bitcoin and crypto will be a factor in their choice of candidate in November. 77% expected their candidate to be knowledgeable about crypto, and roughly 20% of Republicans and Democrats surveyed own crypto. So those are some of the numbers that support the bipartisanship. Is that what you would expect?
Yeah, it's on with 20% ish from both parties.
Yeah.
So we'll call it 20% of Americans. I think that's actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I've been, there was the presidential executive order, 2 years ago, where they claimed, I think, 18 million Americans or something, which was low, I thought, but about, so 10, 20%, I think that's about right. The real question for the election, obviously, is these swing states. And I have started to see some polling that
What do you identify as swing states these days? I know it's changed a lot.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin,
Right.
Arizona,
Virginia now,
possibly
solidly blue,
Virginia,
right.
or but even it depends. Yes, I mean, I think if former President Trump had picked Governor Youngkin from Virginia, they could have maybe put it in play. North Carolina, I think possibly in play. It's been mostly red, but it's a Democratic governor. But the last time it went blue was Obama. So yeah, Ohio, Pennsylvania, really Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, maybe Nevada. Right? Those are. Luckily, there's a lot of Bitcoiners in Nevada. I was in Vegas recently for MicroStrategy's conference, and there were Bitcoiners everywhere. So.
Well, some states going blue, some staying red. Obviously, we hope that the USA goes orange. That's the theme here. We're going to send it over now to an interview at the Human Rights Foundation. You're going to be taking a look at the floor here at Bitcoin 2024 Industry Day and some of what's going on amongst the attendees. We'll be right back after these messages or after this interview. Keep it right here on Bitcoin 2024.
Welcome to Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, presented by Mara. I'm here right now with CK over at the HRF. CK, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you guys are up to?
Yeah, so the whole team is here. We got our booth. We're talking about how Bitcoin fits in with financial and human freedom and how it's a liberating technology for the world. HRF is a pro-democracy nonprofit, and we focus on supporting democracies and fighting authoritarians. And no one is really talking about in that sphere how Bitcoin and how money and how finances fit into supporting liberty and supporting individual rights. So we're trying to spread the word. Our financial freedom team is focused on both Bitcoin development as well as Bitcoin adoption. And yeah, we're excited to be at the biggest Bitcoin event in the world.
Love that. And for those listening at home, the HRF does stand for the Human Rights Foundation. For many of our audience, you guys are all in America. There's a Bank of America ATM around the corner from you. For most of the world, however, they do not have access to this. Can you share a little bit about, some of the priorities you guys have this year, what you guys are trying to build towards?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're giving away a lot of Bitcoin to open source developers, to community builders, and people who are helping adoption. We have the Bitcoin Development Fund, and every single quarter we're giving close to 10 Bitcoin to those different kind of projects, usually 15 projects a quarter. Tons of folks are applying, and yeah, I mean, our priorities, again, are to spread awareness of Bitcoin and make Bitcoin as useful and accessible to people who are in need. You talked about, not all countries have a Bank of America ATM or Apple Pay. There's actually an amazing quote from an Iranian. He was responding to a Buckcoin comment about how Apple Pay is everything better than Bitcoin. And he was like, look, I live in Iran. I can't use MasterCard, Visa, Apple Pay, any of that. I can use Bitcoin. And that is the key, is that Bitcoin is permissionless. Bitcoin is globally available. And look, we got this shirt. Bitcoin is breaking chains. Okay, so Bitcoin is breaking chains, and that is what it's all about.
Love that. All you open source developers out there, keep that in mind. Let's go change the world. CK, thank you for your time, brother.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin at 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, now joined with fellow editor Aaron Van Werdum and the author of the Genesis book, now on sale on Amazon, at bitcoinmagazine.com, wherever books are sold. And this is going to be a special segment we're calling Bitcoin Basics. Obviously, we're all excited about Bitcoin 2024. Donald J. Trump to speak on Saturday. So many speakers to come, a lot of education to do. Aaron, welcome. And we're going to be talking about the basics of Bitcoin.
Yes. So maybe you're new to Bitcoin. Maybe you just heard about Bitcoin. You're tuning in. Maybe this beautiful man right here just told you.
I attracted you to the industry, yes.
Just taught you about Bitcoin. But one of the first things you'll learn about Bitcoin is that there are only 21 million Bitcoin. There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin. So why will there only ever be 21 million Bitcoin? The short answer is, about the exact amount, we don't know. The creator of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, he did mention at one point that 21 million seemed like a right ballpark. Not too many, not too few, about right. But why 21 million exactly? Why not 20 million? Why not 100 million? Why not 10 million? We don't know. Maybe 21 was Satoshi's lucky number. Maybe he was into blackjack. We don't know. What we do know is how we get to 21 million. So new coins are mined every 10 minutes. And there in Bitcoin, we have this thing called the halving. So in the first 4 years of Bitcoin, there were 15 new Bitcoins mined every 10 minutes. Then after 4 years, this amount was cut in half, and it was 25 new Bitcoins every 10 minutes. Then it went to 12 and a half, etc. Around the year 2140, there will be 21 million Bitcoin. Now, what's more important than the exact number of Bitcoin is the fact that it has a fixed supply. Many other currencies, fiat currencies, dollars, euros, they don't have a fixed supply. They have a flexible supply. They can grow. There can be more. There's more dollars printed every year. There's more euros printed every year. Bitcoin has a fixed supply. Now, this is a somewhat controversial point within for economists. Not all economists like this. So many economists today think that the money supply should grow as the economy grows. So that way you have a stable purchasing power of your money. But there are also economists that say no, a fixed supply is actually better. That way, money works more like a ruler. Like if you want to match your length, you don't want the centimeters on your ruler to change every day. If you build a home and you use a ruler with changing centimeters, you end up with a crooked home. So in the same way, if you see money as a ruler for value, a fixed supply is a much better way to measure value over time. From an individual perspective, it's also nice that there's a fixed limit. If you have fiat currencies and more dollars are being printed, that means your dollars decrease in value. They decrease in purchasing power effectively, while Bitcoin cannot be debased. So say you have one Bitcoin, you will have 1/21 millionth of all Bitcoin that will ever exist. So from an individual perspective, there's a good reason to hold it. It's kind of like digital gold in that sense. The trade-off is that Bitcoin can be very volatile. So there's this famous story about Laszlo Hanyecz. He was a computer programmer who in 2010 bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin. Today, for 10,000 Bitcoin, you can buy way more pizzas than that. But there's also periods where Bitcoin goes down in value, sometimes even by 50, 60, 70% in a couple of weeks. So this fixed supply does make Bitcoin somewhat volatile. But that is the trade-off. Do you want a form of money that can be debased? Or do you want a form of money that cannot, even if it's more volatile? And over the years, the value of Bitcoin has, for the most part, gone up pretty spectacularly. So that's why Bitcoin has a limit of 21 million. Over to you, Rizzo.
Here I thought it was about 64-bit integers and the complications of computer science. Aaron Van Werdum, of course, the author of the very great Genesis book, The Story of People and Projects That Inspired Bitcoin. You can get that on newsstands, or not newsstands, bookstores, wherever they're sold, bitcoinmagazine.com, of course, selling it as well. Highly recommend that read, Aaron. We'll be back with you with more segments later in the day. We're going to a word from our sponsors now. We're live from Industry Day at Bitcoin 2024. Stick with us on YouTube, Rumble, and X. We'll be back.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Fired up, I love it.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finance. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024. We're back. Research at Galaxy, Margot Paez, fellow at Bitcoin Policy Institute. And of course, you just heard Aaron Van Werdum talk about why 21 million politics, the specter of the CBDC, right? We haven't yet heard this at this conference, haven't yet talked about it on the desk, but really a big igniter of this political discussion that's been going on is this fear that government will control our money, will wrap their tentacles around our purses, pocketbooks. Alex.
I mean, being opposed to the CBDC is the first policy that Trump spoke about that's related to crypto. I think the interesting thing is you have calls for this mostly from left-wing politicians. The Fed is completely ambivalent to this. They commissioned a report that they put out 2 years ago about whether or not they should do a CBDC, and the report basically failed to identify any problem to solve and did not identify blockchain technology as a potential
let's back
solution.
up. What is a CBDC for people at home? Why should they be concerned?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think actually a lot of people know. I know the Fed doesn't really know. I don't see a big difference necessarily between, say, USDC, Circle stablecoin, a privately issued, but right, because banks are intermediaries that enter money into the money supply, right? The Fed doesn't. You don't go to an ATM and take out money from the Fed. So personally, I don't think it would be that much. A regulated stablecoin could look plenty like a CBDC. I think what people are afraid of is that it would be individuals having accounts at the Fed. So now you have the Federal Reserve monitoring all your payments. But I think when the rubber meets the road, your bank's already doing that. From a privacy standpoint, I guess it's probably slightly worse. People also worry that they would create things like ticking clocks on money, right? You give out the stimulus during COVID, and they say if you don't spend this on, food and Wheaties and in the next 100 days, it expires.
So you're saying CBDC as a boogeyman, perhaps oversold. Aaron, would you agree with that take that in many ways CBDCs are already here with the crypto dollar apparatus that's sprung up around the globe?
Yeah, I have a slightly more nuanced take, or maybe not more nuanced than you, but
let's not compete on nuance here, folks. Yeah.
I think a CBDC can be an extremely scary thing depending on how it's implemented. If it's implemented, as you mentioned, that there's certain restrictions on your money, and that everything it could do can be monitored and censored, and there's this central body that's controlling all of this. Well, that's a very dystopian future. That's exactly what Bitcoin is trying to prevent, essentially. But if you look at the current situation with commercial banks, a lot of that is already possible. You can already censor, and transactions are being monitored. And now these commercial banks have a big role. So if we forget about Bitcoin for a second, then CBDCs could technically be an improvement over the current system if you implement it with strong privacy and sort of democratic control over how it's managed.
Of course,
Now,
work
I'm
at
not-
MIT ongoing on that right now.
I was going to say Project Hamilton at MIT was pretty well designed. I think had some good privacy guarantees.
Yeah.
But again, that's just it was a science experiment from the Boston Fed.
Yeah, so it depends a lot on how it's implemented. It can be implemented in an extremely dystopian way, but there are also more nuanced interpretations.
Margot, maybe you can speak to the larger concerns. Maybe they mentioned a lot of specifics, but what are the big threats, concerns, and what do we not want with our money that CBDCs inspire?
Yeah, I think CBDCs are concerning because, look, you have, first of all, the government is already very centralized in terms of power. And we can make all of these claims like, yeah, if you do it just the right way, it'll be okay. If you have just the right politicians in charge, it will be okay. But there is nothing is forever, right? So you could have the greatest president ever who is pro privacy, who understands all of these benefits, but they're only going to be in the office maximum 8 years. And then you have the other bodies, you have of Congress, you have the representatives, you have the Senate, right? And they can make decisions as well that could supersede past decisions around a CBDC. So I think that's a really big concern for people. It's just that there's no permanency there in terms of trust. And that trust can be easily violated. And unfortunately, in particular for the US government, there is a long history of violation of trust in terms of privacy. I mean, the Snowden files, Edward Snowden leaks really showed us very clearly that the governments are spying and collecting all of our data. And so for the government to be now in charge of our bank accounts, that is a big risk. It is true. It is a good point that we have these massive banks already that surveil us to a certain degree. They're tracking our transactions. But on the other hand, you do have competition there. And a secondary concern is that if you have a CBDC, what does that mean for the rest of the banking system? Does that minimize competition? Does that centralize banking into one power? All of that is very concerning. And I think that is why it is so much better to have as many banks as possible, as many people being their own bank with Bitcoin. The competition is really what drives the innovation and drives the message about where people are at in terms of their concerns, right? So, my ability to choose between a CBDC and Bitcoin, well, obviously I'm going to choose Bitcoin. But if I don't have that choice, that is truly a very dystopian future.
So I guess the question here is, do we support legislation against CBDCs? Do we need direct action to stop this now? Is it that pressing of a concern, Alex, Aaron?
I mean, I think you're right, Margot, that there's a slippery slope here, right? And when one party is in office and they take it, so I would say, sure, you could right, Warren Davidson and Tom Emmer.
Right, we have seen multiple
those
proposals,
bills.
right?
I think that's fine. I don't think there's any need for. I don't think for a CBDC. I don't think the banking system is, waking up saying, "Gosh darn it, there's got to be a better way for me to get money in and out of the Fed." Jay Powell has explicitly said that they want to maintain the two-tiered banking system, meaning the relationship between the Fed and the commercial intermediary banks would remain the same. So it wouldn't therefore be in their construction that we all have an account at the Fed, which I think is good for privacy, but it also leaves you wondering, well, then what the hell would it even do? Like,
Right.
why even bother?
Why bother?
So I don't think the risk is very acute. I don't think there's a big risk if you want to formally ban them. I don't think it really matters. But I think it's more likely to happen if you don't ban it. So why not
just ban it?
Yeah, just ban it, and then
just to be sure.
Well, they
right,
should get
yeah,
specific
okay.
authorizing legislation to do it in the first place.
Aaron, you're of course not an American, coming to us from the European markets. How is it looked at over there? Obviously, there are more progressive central banks in Europe moving on this now.
I must admit, I don't keep track of where all the CBDC proposals are. I'm from the Netherlands. From what I understand, the central bank there is working on some proposal, but it has a limited, like you can only have up to like 2,000 euros worth of the CBDC, so it's very limited. This is designed to prevent bank runs. While you could argue that if the CBDC has any purpose, it is sort of to keep banks honest. So the one sort of restriction they put on it is not even doing that in that sense. So yeah, I mean,
well, we've got a comment from
so
someone in the channel. I just want to read. It says USDC is the new new CBDC. So as I said, in many cases, maybe this is the specter of CBDCs is already here. What do we think about USDC and USDT and these dollar stable coins? And are they the more pressing concern than a CBDC?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I do think that they are a pressing concern because I think that it is a way for the dollar to remain a reserve currency or to maintain dollar hegemony by having these stable coins. And so I think this is something that is really underestimated by the public, that they think that just because it's a type of crypto or cryptocurrency that it's that it's got all the properties that Bitcoin has. I don't think it is. I don't think they do, and I think that it is much more of a threat and much more realistic probably for the dollar to remain relevant into this new age of cryptocurrencies.
Getting a lot of nods here, Alex.
Yeah, I agree. I think stablecoins are very supportive for the reach and power of the dollar. I think that's why policymakers in the United States should support them. They extend the reach of the dollar. They're also buyers of U.S. debt, which is needed. Most of the proposals to actually formally legalize them would require that they're collateralized primarily with short-dated treasury bills, right? So like 90 days or less, I think, was one of the proposals that I saw from the House Financial Services Committee. So they're absolutely supportive of the dollar, and they absolutely are not Bitcoin, right? You don't have any of the same guarantees. They're not uncensorable transactions. Tether is blocked and frozen like thousands of addresses that hold it at the request of the U.S. government, so and others. So, but I think in many ways a digital wallet is more convenient than. I was just traveling abroad, and it's really not that easy to use dollars and convert on the fly if you're not carrying the local currencies. It's still not that easy.
And of course, here at the Bitcoin conference, lots of Bitcoin being accepted at the vendors on the floor. We're going to go to the floor right now with one of our event attendees and vendors, Foundation Devices. We got Q Kahimi out there on the floor interviewing foundations. We'll be right back after this break.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm here live at the Expo Hall at the Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville, joined by Seth for privacy at the Foundation booth. Seth, why don't you let the viewing audience at home know what is Foundation? What do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're pumped to be out here, the biggest booth we ever had. We're booth 211 right by the Nakamoto stage. Really, our focus is trying to make self-custody of Bitcoin as simple and approachable as possible. We're trying to make it something where when you actually need to use Bitcoin, when you actually need to withdraw from your exchange, whatever, you don't want to cry every time you pull out your signing device, your hardware wallet. We want it to be something that is really enjoyable and as easy to use as possible, while also being something that can scale up to as advanced of a Bitcoiner as you become. Because we all understand that that rabbit hole is really a journey. When you start, it's so daunting to just think about self-custody. But then when you've been using Bitcoin for years, it becomes very much second nature. You want to do more advanced things like child keys for your hot wallets, Lightning, coin control, those kinds of things. So we've really built an end-to-end suite of products with Envoy as a mobile wallet and a companion app for Passport, and then Passport, our hardware wallet. So really our focus here, we've got demos of both. We have a large portion of our team here to walk people through what both devices are, see how the interactions work, see how the air-gapped communication works, those kinds of things. And yeah, good time so far.
Wonderful. I mean, look, nothing more stressful than that moment from sending it from the exchange to your hardware wallet. But be sure to check out Foundation, their devices. If you're here at the conference, come check out their booth. Back to you guys at the desk. Awesome. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Awesome.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
I definitely feel like I can handle having an earpiece and
Founders
someone
and
talking to
CEO
me
of
while I'm
cryptocurrency
doing
mixing
that.
service were arrested in April of 2024. We're talking, of course, about William Hill and Keanu Rodriguez, who are currently being tried in the state of New York for their Bitcoin mixing service. Samurai, we've seen bipartisan support for both of them, from Senators Cynthia Lummis and Ron Wyden. But obviously, a lot of concern here about the criminal activities that Bitcoin and crypto enable. This case caught in that crossfire. Alex, Margot, Aaron, joining us to talk about the subject. Who wants to fill the audience in on why this is such an important issue that it would make the cover of the Bitcoin magazine?
I can do that. Yeah. So far, sorry. Yeah, so far the presumption was always that developers are not responsible for how people use their tools. Specifically, if developers don't touch the coins. So if it's if it's custodial, if a company holds your coins, then they become responsible legally for how it's used.
We're talking about how Bitcoin is software or data. It can move around in different ways.
Yeah, exactly. So if a developer builds a privacy tool and then users of that tool use it to do illegal things, then developers so far were not considered liable for that. Now these court cases that are pending could change that, and that could completely change how software is developed, how Bitcoin software is developed. In the Netherlands, there was a related case, the Tornado Cash. Yeah, the Tornado Cash case. I went to some of the court cases, and there, the precedent was basically set, indeed, that the developer is responsible for how the software is used. Now, this enters in a whole new, gray area, basically. Like, where does that stop? Why is the developer of, the iPhone itself not responsible if Samurai Wallet is used in bad ways on an iPhone? Like, where's the line?
Let's back up for a second and talk about Samurai Tornado Cash. Alex, Margot, can you just explain how does this work? Why does it exist? How does it work?
Oh, I don't know enough about how Tornado Cash works to confidently talk about. I'll let you
Yeah,
do that.
I mean, Tornado Cash is a smart contract based application on Ethereum that basically used ZK technology and pooling to let you put in some amount of money and take out some other amount of money at a later date.
So pool of assets, someone puts something in, someone sets something out, and the developer is not principally moving these funds.
No, and not fundamentally like it, that different than like coin joining. I mean, obviously technologically different, but similar idea that there's anonymity in the masses. You hide along with everybody else. I mean, Vitalik Buterin used Tornado Cash to donate to the people in Ukraine. He didn't want the government of Ukraine, I guess, knowing the source of his funds, right? I mean, there's plenty of legal reasons to want privacy. And by the way, right?
Well, it seems like we know anyway.
It's not even money laundering, right? Money laundering requires as a predicate that the source of the funds be illegal activity. So merely obfuscating the origin of funds is not illegal. And that's not money laundering. It only is if the origin is crime. And I agree with Aaron. I mean, imagine that you, write plans for some illegal act like a theft or a terrorist act in Microsoft Word. Is Microsoft responsible for that? Obviously, if the facts show that the developers merely wrote and deployed code or made code available, but then had no further control over it, which was the case in Tornado Cash, and I understand is mostly the case in Samurai as well. I don't see how. I mean, what are we really doing here? Are we criminalizing typing letters and numbers on a computer? It doesn't make any sense.
And in the case of Tornado Cash, for example, Tornado Cash can still be used. Like, it's a smart contract on the blockchain, like, which very clearly shows that the developers weren't actively doing it. They wrote the code, of course, but it's not like they're now actively involved with how people use it.
Yeah, it's still operating today.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this raises questions about, is code, does that count as speech, right? And is this a violation of our First Amendment rights if our code is being targeted? And I don't know if this, how clear the legislation or the rulings are around this particular issue, but it is concerning that if you're going to go after coders for doing something you don't like, this could be brought in far beyond Tornado Cash, far beyond Samurai, and I really worry about for our First Amendment rights and violations on free speech that could come if if the rulings are not in favor of these developers.
So how do we in the Bitcoin crypto industry, how do we support the Samurai developers? What needs to be done, Margot?
Yeah, well, of course, you need to raise money because bottom line is that these court cases cost a lot of money. And I know at the Bitcoin Policy Institute that we do have a fund for these developers.
The P2P Rights Fund. I believe,
yes.
Right?
And so I do recommend for our viewers to really, take a look
Is
at
there
that.
a website for that?
There is. I don't know it off the top of my head, but if you look,
I think it was p2prightsfund.org. Somebody said last night. I'm not sure.
Yes,
Okay.
p2prights.org.
Okay, p2prights.org.
Yeah.
Yeah, so check that out. Go there, give money. Bottom line is they need money. It's very expensive. Lawyer fees are very expensive. Litigation is very expensive, and And often that is one way to win a case, is just to get somebody to run out of money. So if we can support them financially, that will buy them time, and hopefully they can win their case.
Well, what's the best case scenario here in terms of presenting the defense? Or what's the worst case scenario? Is there a chance that they could go to prison for some time? Alex, your take.
I mean, you look at what Ross Ulbricht's multiple life sentences. A little different than this, but I mean, yeah, the worst case is very bad. I mean, they could go to jail for a long time. I really do find it, if the facts are such that they're similar to tornadoes. What's crazy about the tornado cash ruling in the Netherlands is like it's just such a stretch from you actually are culpable for what somebody used this decentralized thing for. I think the risk is pretty bad. I would say it is like the Southern District of New York, very activist on crypto. This attorney, U.S. attorney, and I'm not sure that the arguments that they're making, some of which are ridiculous. There was an argument about MTL, money transmission licenses at FinCEN, even though FinCEN expressly said years ago that you wouldn't be responsible in this situation. The coders that. There's a risk of creep, like of regulatory creep that
Is this
emanates
just the regulators
from
losing control and lashing out? Aaron?
Looks like it. Rizzo, what do you think?
I would say, Margot?
They always want to set an example, and I think that anytime they can find an opportunity to do that, they will, to send that message. Don't cross this line. I mean, look what happened with Julian Assange. We're lucky that there was enough international pressure, but it took years to get him out.
And a great topic. I was just about to flip the script to the freedom of Julian Assange. Of course, people rejoiced on social media a few weeks ago. Julian Assange, founder of WikiLeaks, early and prominent Bitcoin supporter, released, but not pardoned, right? So his work still not recognized as the journalistic contribution that it was. Aaron, I know that you've spent some time interviewing the family there. Can you talk about Assange's case, and is this over, or does the fight need to continue for Assange?
I mean, at this point, I think everyone's just happy that he's out, right? He's been locked up for, if you include the Ecuadorian embassy, it was like 14 years. Is that it?
I believe it's 11 years.
11, yeah, just a crazy amount. It's pretty clear that it was because he was publishing things that the American government really didn't like. So it really was an attack on press freedom, if you ask me. So the fact that he's not pardoned, it's not good, but at least he's free. I think that's the consensus, right? At least he's free at this point, and everyone's happy about that, or at least I am.
So in terms of the pardon, though, this would clean his record, right? I think the argument that's been put forward from the industry is that Assange was doing journalism, much like the Samurai developers were just writing code. Do we expect the argument to continue in that direction? Margot, would you support that?
I mean, of course. I mean, Julian Assange was just doing his job as a journalist and as a publisher. My concern is that the record does not clearly state that that's what he was doing, and so that leaves open room for governments to go after other journalists who they don't agree with, or who are publishing leaked documents. And I think until the entire body of journalism stands up and defends itself against government overreach, that there is going to be a risk that there will be another publisher or another journalist that ends up in jail because the government did not like what was printed about them.
Well, let's stick with Ross Ulbricht. Of course, we'll be hearing from Donald Trump on Saturday. He's vowed to, if not pardon Ross Ulbricht, at least commute his sentence. Is this a reason enough to support the Trump candidacy? How do we feel about Ross's chances? Let's say if Trump is not elected, is this maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to push for justice in the Ross Ulbricht case? Aaron?
You asked me to comment on U.S. politics right now.
You're a European, so yeah, you're the most unbiased.
I don't know. What do people think? Like, is Trump going to keep his word? Is that the expectation in general?
I would expect that he would commute Ross's sentence
on day one.
Probably not on day one.
Is that what he said, or is it just?
I think he did say on day one.
Okay.
At the
You'll see from the T-shirts
the Libertarian National Party convention.
I did saw someone with a T-shirt.
Yeah, but actually, the funny thing is almost nothing ever happens on a day one, literally. Like, you'd be lucky if something they say, any president says, if they get something they said they would do on day one in the first, 60 days, that's usually day one in their mind. I think it's a very very unique opportunity for Ross. I would not expect anyone else probably to ever. He's not going to get another pardon or commutation. I doubt. I don't see any upside politically for almost anyone to do that. And you know, on its face, his convictions are pretty ugly, right? I mean, I just want to be clear, right? It's Ross and Julian Assange are not the same, in my opinion, right? I mean, Julian Assange was attacked after publishing a video showing the U.S. government accidentally murdering a bunch of journalists. That was really what set it off. Later, they got mad at him because WikiLeaks published stuff that was damaging to the Democratic Party and a bunch of other things like this, right? Like Ross did run a website for free exchange that was widely used for drugs, right? I mean, I don't think it's like that necessarily objectionable morally, but these are very different crimes.
But it's not a double life sentence.
Well, yeah, I think the
right?
sentence is obviously egregious, right? People say, well, he ordered assassinations, and of course, the government never actually brought those charges against him. So, my understanding is they couldn't actually locate any victims, but there was stuff in his diary that he wrote about it and stuff. So,
well, he, if it was him, which was never proven in court, would have paid someone to do it, but the murder never happened.
Right. That's my understanding.
But again, it was never even proven in court that he made the order.
Yeah, I think he's got a very slim window here. I wouldn't expect, especially with a commutation or a pardon, that a presidential candidate would just not do it after so explicitly saying it.
Well, why didn't he do it in the first term?
I don't know. The Bitcoiners didn't raise money for him in the first term.
The ins and outs of politics debated here at Industry Day at Bitcoin 2024. We're about to go back to the main Nakamoto stage, where we'll hear from Joey Garcia from Zappo Bank, Christian Catalini from Lightspark, and the moderator Nolan Bowerly, host of The Breakup, a topic, the future of retail banking, made possible with Bitcoin and Lightning. Stay here. We'll be broadcasting live all day for the next 3 days on X, Rumble, and YouTube. This is the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine.
We're talking about retail banking today. And I'm Nolan Bowerly. I'm your host. I host a morning show called The Breakup. We take a look at the psychological engine behind banking and the economy and contrast it against fiat. Now, the contrasting against fiat is interesting because when we're talking about retail banking like today, retail banking is kind of like looking in the mirror. Our generation, or this generation of fiat that we're just coming out of, kind of invented it, right? What does it mean? So the history of it is pretty interesting. We're going to talk all about the history of it today. Luckily, we have two fellows that have deep experience in this business. Joey, you've been in the business for a long time. Tell me a little bit about your history in retail banking.
So, I mean, this is really interesting, right? So if we talk about banking services and Bitcoin, so two diametrically opposite kind of phases. You hear it all the time today. People are talking about access to BTC in a secure way, all of these different models. And I always like to use the analogy. Zappa was a Bitcoin wallet provider, so Bitcoin custodian, probably the largest in the world back in 2013. We then sold the institutional arm to Coinbase, etc. But we've been in this game for a long time. 2013 is quite a long time ago in the BTC sort of context. But, we were talking about the value of BTC openly and honestly in 2014. In 2015, we were recognized as, the Fort Knox of Bitcoin. Everyone now talks about the World Economic Forum and Davos, and everyone talking about crypto in a certain way. We were making representations at Davos in 2015, talking about a unit of digital gold and what it actually meant. We were talking about inflationary pressures in 2016. It's been a long, long history. But again, sometimes people talk about Bitcoin, let's call it wallet providers and the VASP universe on one end, and banks and retail banking on the other end, and they don't mix. So we wanted to create that kind of bridge between the two. And I think the best analogy I can use for this and why you need a Zappo, why it needs, you need to be a Bitcoin and blockchain native business that steps into the banking world, not a banking business that now has an exploratory arm into the blockchain universe. And we are Bitcoin native and blockchain native. We always have been. The analogy that I was going to say before, Nolan, is, the electric light bulb didn't come around from, the development of the candle. It needs a new start. It needs a new adoption. And that's exactly what we are. And that's what we built. So we wanted to build something to service people and provide them with that accessible sort of bridge between the two worlds. Yeah.
Now, when I think of, like I said, the bit of the history of retail here, it kind of grew out of services that were not available almost, right? We see what banking was in the free banking era. We see what wealthy people get from Goldman Sachs as far as banking services. It's a lot more thorough than what we get in retail banking. And retail banking is we get some cards, we get a little bit of help with transactions. That stuff's important though, right? We can't forget that just the ability to transact and use these pipes is a big thing. So we'll talk about the other services in a second. But Christian, you're working with Lightspark. You've been looking at Lightning for a while. The idea that we can transact without these third-party intermediaries, that we can use software to secure commercial relationships between buyers and sellers in a P2P way is a real fundamental difference. And it totally changes the toolkit of retail banking. And you're right in the middle of that. What tools are you looking at? What are we giving up and what are we getting from this change?
Yes, I think, crypto has been now around for a while, but in terms of really changing the experience from retail banking to global payments, I think we're starting to see the seeds of that just, in the last few years. It took a while for the technology to mature and develop. The founding team of Lightspark, when we came together again after the Libra journey, we're still very passionate about this idea of building a truly open protocol for money movement, right? So Bitcoin is a wonderful store of value. It has made tremendous progress on the institutional side. Think about the ETF approval, the recent ETF approval. But when it comes to Bitcoin, the network, I think we're extremely early days. And so when we came together again, we focused on the one network that could really become that truly open and highly available protocol for money, and it is Bitcoin. Of course, Bitcoin on layer one doesn't scale. And so we focused on Lightning. We spent, I would say, the first year and a half of Lightspark's life in really making Lightning easy to use, enterprise grade, something that, the likes of Xapo Bank, Bitso, Coinbase, Nubank, and many others can really use at scale, not with, millions of users, eventually billions of users, because that's kind of where we're going, and transforming this technology that has been around now for a while into something that can touch everyday consumers' experiences, everyday small and medium businesses' experiences, and of course, money movement from tiny, tiny fractions of a cent to millions and millions of dollars. We've grown this very strong conviction that the only one asset that can support all of that, including all the banking experiences that Xapo and others are building, is Bitcoin. And we've been narrowly focused on really making Bitcoin succeed.
Yeah, and again, when I look at that contrast between, what we saw with Libra even, right? Remember when Libra started and it came into the market and a lot of Bitcoiners said, oh, shitcoin and all that. Of course, all of that's true. But what it did was it brought the full field of play. It brought the whole game into focus. When you could start to see that the money wouldn't be bound by a jurisdiction anymore and that it was now totally portable across these borders, you could see finally, remember, if they hauled everyone's ass in, right? The Congress in America said, what the heck is this? Everyone come in and testify. But the contrast was an important thing, right? Bitcoin, out of those hearings, that's where the word shitcoin came from. Like it was first popularized then to contrast with Bitcoin. And Libra did a lot to show the benefits of Bitcoin. So when you're thinking about, Zappo, you'd been around for that. You saw that coming.
Yeah.
Was that in line with what you guys saw? When you saw the Libra piece coming out, really giving up the game, right? Things that we said not secretly, but we talked about amongst ourselves. A whole other side of the world was not ready for this reality change that was there.
Yeah.
And it came all at once. Was Zappo enthusiastic about this?
Yeah, I think, we were part of the Libra Association as well. I was the representative on Libra, and Wences, our chairman, currently was on the board of Libra. And I was talking to Christian earlier, the alignment of what Libra was aiming to accomplish is really, if you think about it, partially at least covered by what Lightspark is doing with a kind of Zappo integration. Very different sort of way, but the alignment of the mission is still there. And from our point of view, you're 100% right. I mean, I'm not going to go into all the legal and reg triggers around the globe, but Libra had that gets quite difficult. But ultimately, think about an efficient payment system in and out of your bank account. We all take that very for granted. People talk about SWIFT and they talk about SEPA and they talk about it's brutally inefficient. But now go to a bank and say, reconstruct your entire infrastructure to facilitate a Bitcoin placed transaction that converts automatically and appears in your bank account. They'll look at you with blank and open eyes and say, oh, we have some research division that are looking at this. But the reality is, but that's what I mean from our point of view as a really blockchain native and Bitcoin native business. That's exactly what we've aimed to do and achieve. And we have it up and running now. So in the last month, I think 30% of our deposits have been over Lightspark and the Lightning network, and it's up maybe 4x, I think, on 12 months. So you can see that sort of starting to move. And not only that, I mean, I mentioned the words on the kind of intro, the bridge between the two worlds. So, the banking world, whether people like it or not, classic payment systems, they need to exist for certain things, but we want to add these layers of efficiency. So you can send a USDC transaction into your USD bank account immediately at no cost and out. So we're bridging that gap. And what Lightspark and the Lightning Network does is really efficiently build out on the Bitcoin protocol. And so we have it there as a store of value, as a way to protect and grow your wealth in an ultra secure environment. With a savings proposition that allows you to actually earn interest on BTC at no risk. But we're using it with Lightspark to implement all of those other efficient rails, using the technology for the right purpose it can be used for.
So you guys are definitely cooking together. I can see why this relationship would create all kinds of interesting commercial opportunities for users of Bitcoin, enjoyers of Bitcoin. When I think about the changes, though, that the products that can arrive from the two of you working together, again, I contrast it with what we see in banking. Retail banking, as it's come to be defined, it's really sort of we've been left here in default through the history of it. The services that we see as retail, no one set out to make these services. They're the result of the higher end services that you find in private banking kind of being inaccessible. They don't scale because you require high IQ individuals with a Series 7 license to be able to help you and navigate this type of commercial transaction, prime brokerage and securitized lending. These things didn't make sense to anyone or weren't known to anyone who didn't understand Bitcoin before. If you just came at this from a normal, I'm trying to save my paycheck, you didn't know what any of this stuff was. Bitcoin has sort of democratized at least the understanding of these tools that were usually only available to private bankers at Goldman Sachs as a service they could offer super wealthy clients. When you see the types of stuff you're cooking with Lightspark, do you see that opportunity where you don't have to follow the prescriptive trail of what retail banking has offered? It's not just cards and checking accounts, savings accounts. With your technology cooked together, bound together, you can start picking up on trends in the industry. Do you see this technology as offering access to all of these financial tools that really Larry Fink was offering to a couple of people because of scalability, right? It was hard to scale these types of contracts. It looks like we can do that. Is that sort of in line with your vision?
I tend to think about, the way crypto is progressively reshaping the entire financial stack and rewiring, the financial sector in layers. And so, the first layer is payments. Before we can build anything more complex, we need to be able to move value across borders, real time, 24/7, instantaneously with as little friction as possible. And ironically, I mean, 10 years into or more into the Bitcoin experiment, I think we're still not there. Now, with universal money addresses, we're making a lot of progress, which is essentially realizing that you don't need a stablecoin, right? So if you're trying to move value between two countries, and as it turns out, people love Bitcoin on both sides, you can quickly go in and out of the Lightning Network, you convert at the edges, and suddenly people have an experience that's very familiar, but also very difficult to achieve in traditional banking, right? So there are services that allow you to move money easily between different countries and regions, but not everybody uses them, not everybody has access to them. And so what we're trying to do together is really democratize that functionality where no matter where your different bank accounts might be located, what kind of use cases you have in mind, value from one place to the other can be instantaneously moved with no friction. And I think that's a concept that's super simple, but the basic idea of sending money as simple as sending an email is going to be truly transformative. Banking hasn't done that yet.
Now, when you say in layers and that the transaction layer is sort of the bottom, you know, I could push back on that using Xapo here as an example, because, you know, one of the things I think that separates retail banking from, let's call it institutional, has all kinds of titles, rich people banking, let's say, is that savings, of course, was a stupid idea with fiat. I mean, you got to become a financial engineer. You're competing against them. And if that's there, if it requires a high IQ to participate, even in the savings, you don't have money to move around. You're not even getting in the point where you're you know, transferring. And I understand you have things to pay for and all that, but when I'm talking about complex or, you know, fruitful commercial investment contracts, relationships, things you can do, having saving money being easy, having that as a base layer is really important. Xapo, of course, builds its whole business off of that. That's why Bitcoin is fundamental to Xapo, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many. I mean, let me break this down into a few points, and lots of really good points and questions, Nolan. But so think about the base layer of a payments network for a standard retail account user. So you have an account at whatever bank it might be, HSBC, JPM or Chase or whoever you like. The way that banking world allows you to transact with a bank is very restrictive. It's becoming more and more restrictive. So they're trying to widen the gap, disconnect the crypto ecosystem from the banking ecosystem. Let's say a crypto exchange and a trading platform. That's not a regulated, arguably not a regulated custodian to hold, store securely your BTC, let's say. So maybe, you know, you wanted to sell some and hold it on some secure deposit or whatever it might be. That bridge is very, very difficult. So with Lightspark, one of the key points is exactly that, bridging that gap between the two. And the UMA network that these guys are building that Chrissy can talk about is exactly that. You're trading on platform XYZ, that's for trading. Xapo is not for trading. Xapo is to hold, store, protect, and grow your wealth. And Lightspark is the bridge between the two. So that's on the base layer with the normal guys, and then going up the scale to the high net worth or institutional, you're also 100% right. So in the classic days, if you want to open a private bank account in XYZ in Switzerland or where it might be, that sounds wonderful. You need $10 to $15 million to have a starting point conversation, and you'll be at the bottom of the bracket. So we want to offer those services to a wider audience and a wider network. So of course we offer, you know, whatever, 4.6% on your USD, but we pay it in Satoshi because we are Bitcoin native. We offer your savings account in BTC and you earn interest on that. That's completely Bitcoin native. And the things that we're building out, the products and services, we call it sort of superpowering your Bitcoin. So you're holding it securely and it's growing and safely, but you have access to your bank because it's in one application. It's all being
I like that frame of superpowering Bitcoin, because that's exactly when you think about these layers, right? You know, having that fundamental base of Bitcoin allows you to start seeing how you can manipulate it, how you can use it, how you can make it useful for you. You mentioned Uma. I'm glad he did that. Hart taught me years ago. I have to thank him. I've never had the chance to thank him. He turned me on to Unisocks. Remember the original protocol? And you could do some sock trading and all that stuff. So now he built Uma years ago and launched it very successfully. One of the things that makes me think of is when you talk about supercharging Bitcoin and what I mentioned earlier about scaling these services, because indeed, the Swiss bank account, the reason it costs $10 to $15 million is because the human being they were hiring to help you came with a very expensive ticket and a lot of incentive to get them to even do that in the first place. What does UMA, that's the kind of software replacing these human services where we can get these incredible commercial relationships scaled to the retail user. What does UMA offer you guys for that? I understand the Oracle-based nature of it, but what can be built off of UMA that can help the retail person?
Yeah, so universal money addresses build on Lightning addresses. So there are a set of open source extensions that we released that achieve three important things. The first one is making it extremely simple to send and receive money from a person or from a business. So everyone has an address like $joey@kaspaaddress.com. That's how I can reach him. That's how he can send me money. How I can receive money from him. That's the first part. The second one is effects. Conversion between any currency, any crypto to any currency, any crypto. So that if I want to send dollars to Mexican pesos or euros to Naira or dollars to Bitcoin, I can do all of these transformations and hide them behind the scenes. Because to your point about how will the banking experience change, I think some of the concept will remain familiar, right? So people will still think potentially in their home currency if they're not fully orange pill yet, and they'll want to translate and move value in the currency that they're familiar with. So UMA allows you to do that. And of course, allowing entities like Xapo and other regulated institutions like Coinbase, Nubank, Bitso, and many more that are coming onto the network in the near future to fulfill the requirements, right? So these are regulated institutions, so when they move value, they have to check a number of boxes. When you put it all together, I think it changes the nature of banking, right? So before, banking would happen just in the Xapo app. But in the future, the Xapo experience will meet you where you are. So imagine you're a creator in a creator economy app, or you're like, in a marketplace. Why do you need to connect those pipes in such a clunky and slow way? Ideally, your banking experience will travel with you, whether you're purchasing something or you're transacting with someone else. It will disappear behind the scenes, and everything will be a lot more frictionless. Because when I think about banking today, even just sending money abroad, even for high net worth customers, well banked, it's still cumbersome. It's still not efficient. It's still not 24/7.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the creator economy piece, because indeed, if you look at on the marketplace, particularly for retail, and you see X getting its money services licenses, right? I worked at CoinDesk for years, and I remember when Binance started its news feed, I walked into the CoinDesk editorial room and I said, "We're number 2 in media today," and no one knew what I said. I said, "Yeah, but Binance has more page views, and now they have news. Does it matter that there's some big editorial thing?" No, that we're seeing a convergence of content apps and financial services apps. I mean, that's what the Coinbase wallet was always about. If you look at Cash App, for example, the news feed has been right next to with the Bitcoin magazine. News articles have been right next to the Buy Bitcoin button. So indeed, when I think of the financial services that are available to content creators, we're not there yet, but you can imagine a distribution platform and financial services being all available to these people, because it's simply not there right now. We don't have anything it's donations. It's just give me some money, right? Now, all of that said, when you said meet them where they are, some of this makes me think of bimetallism. Right? Have you guys, the concept of bimetallism? We're hearing Javier Milei talk about it a lot right now. El Salvador is bimetal, right? Bimetallism is one money for consuming, one money for saving. It's what America had before they went with the gold standard and the fiat thing. And bimetallism really does offer you this savings money and then all kinds of financial applications. Even when you hear Trump talk about Bitcoin, when he says, "I prefer one," but he's mentioning that the reality is we're entering a new world. And indeed, meeting people where they are, like you're saying, by industry vertical, by nationality. The political money looks like it's becoming even more political. It's going to become to fulfill policy objectives, right? Keep these people from starving and keep these people, all that stuff. So we can see this stuff playing. So when you look at it globally like this, do you start thinking in terms of those frames? Like, how can I create interesting financial services while making savings sort of the easiest possible threshold?
It's a difficult one. I mean, we've taken a view on Bitcoin and the Bitcoin network since we started in 2013, and we're not going to change that view. So secure accessibility, secure storage, the proper custodianship and arrangements, the interaction with your financial services world, and then that sort of bridging merger between the crypto world and the classic world. The stablecoin payment rails, the Lightning Network. People sometimes talk about CBDCs and all these wonderful initiatives at the Fed level and the Bank of England and all this stuff. And I always say, look, this is all very fascinating stuff, but if that goes live and the Bank of England issue a digital pound or the Fed issue a digital dollar, all of the banks have got to learn how this entire ecosystem works and provide a secure, wallet service. That sounds pretty simple, and the way that it's going to interact. So we feel that we're doing that already. Did we start adding Ethereum to our wallet back in? No, of course not. We're like very concentrated on this market. So in answer to your question, will our view change? It can, but we've delivered that message since 2013 of what people should do to expose themselves to this asset in a secure way, and we've built massive regulatory frameworks and security around the way that we do that, and I don't think that that's going to change. I don't think that that's going to change.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, the reason why we focused on Bitcoin is that if you think about the challenge of moving value, not just between a few countries, but between 200 or more countries, right? Every day, 24/7, with deep liquidity, there's only one asset, and that asset is Bitcoin. It has regulatory clarity. It has on and off ramps in pretty much every country around the globe. And so suddenly, if you look back, sometimes people say crypto hasn't done much, right? But we've built infrastructure with Bitcoin as the most secure and decentralized network. We built infrastructure with the like of regulated institutions like Sapo Bank and others. And now we can connect it all in an open way. So to your point about different platforms, whether it's X or someone else doing this on their own, it's very different when you join an open network that's based on Bitcoin, and now you can all interoperate. We haven't seen that before, right? So PayPal acquired Venmo many years ago. Actually, my co-founder led that acquisition, and you still can move value between those two apps, right? Effectively. I think we're going into a future where people will be able to move value. And then to your point about savings, maybe we'll have an AI agent that will take our preferences and just go out and make good decisions. And a big part of that will be Bitcoin.
I've often believed, I did a talk last year on that AI would be our wallet. It's going to be our major. I wrote a sci-fi book about it even called An Eyeball, where the eyeball helps you transact in Bitcoin. But it's important indeed to think about the what developers can do with this technology, because it's open source, right? So if someone does come up with a clever way to secure a financial relationship between content consumers and content creators, then theoretically it can enter the Zoppo Lightspark relationship and be brought into the retail banking services. Is that what you're building? That you can gather the open source development bottom up community?
It could be. I mean, I think when you think about the way that people buy, own, and store BTC, or the way that they want to interact with, let's just call it a wider payment services network or world, Bitcoin's been around for a long time. The guys that bought BTC 10 years ago, and you bought sort of $150 and you had sort of some asset and it was really interesting, and you earned a Bitcoin and then you bought some more at $500. It was all very interesting. And you had all these ways to store that, or you were using trading platforms or unregulated networks in different parts of the world, and you didn't really care. Like, if I lose my wallet with $100, it's a bit annoying, but I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it, hopefully. But when that BTC then becomes worth $500,000 or $1 million or whatever it is, suddenly the way that you interact and you provide services and payment networks and storage facilities becomes much, much more important. And we are forever. So we didn't just we don't use the word bank. We are a bank. So when I say that we're providing ultra secure systems to help people store and control that asset and interact with a wider ecosystem, you have to do it in a very specialist and narrow way. And it's also about mass or wider adoption. So if I start talking about very technical multi-sig style arrangements between a family arrangement, whatever it may, fantastic concept, but my sister is not going to do that. She wants like the simplicity of an interaction with a counterpart that she trusts, that's tried, tested, and everything else. And that will allow an entire different network to access. And that's really what we're focusing on. So the answer to your question is yes, but there's also a massive wider world that we're looking to service. And last point I'll mention, because we're here in the US, and people don't really worry that much about inflation and the USD value, and maybe similar if you're in the UK or arguably in the Eurozone, etc. But when people talk about Bitcoin value proposition, you speak to the guys in Argentina that have lived like 3 currency collapses in one lifetime, or the guys in Venezuela, or the guys in Zimbabwe. So that is the market that we're also looking to service in a very specific way. We believe in the concept and value of Bitcoin as a storage of value, and we want to offer it in the securest possible way, in the most efficient way.
And we really need to expand the set of institutions and participants, because to date, of course, crypto exchanges, crypto banks like Sapo are engaged in the Bitcoin ecosystem, but we need to get to billions of users, right? So it's all about, with universal money addresses, bringing on entities that maybe allow you to buy, sell, hold, but that's it. They've not allowed you to move it in and out, or to transfer, to use it really as a payment network. I think as we start doing that, and all the words neobanks come onto this new structure, suddenly people will realize that Bitcoin is the best asset for global money movement, and a whole new range of applications and use cases will emerge. I think we're actually pretty close. As we bring the first 100, 200, 300 million on it, then things will go very fast.
Yeah, it's, to me, what I see is and we'll wrap it up with this thought. It's sort of the blending of consumer technology and the opposite of that, which is Lindy effect, not the iPhone 15, 16, plain old Bitcoin.
Yeah,
right, plain old Bitcoin.
Exactly.
All right, everyone, please give a warm round of applause for our great panelists here. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
If you know crypto.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo. My next guests come to us from Metaplanet Inc., the micro strategy of Asia. Bitcoin holdings in excess of 2 billion yen, and the hottest trading stock in Japan over the last few days. We've got Dylan LeClaire, Director of Bitcoin Strategy at Metaplanet, Simon Jurovich, President at Metaplanet, and Mike Germano, there in the middle, Head of Business at Bitcoin Magazine, BTC Inc., the Bitcoin Conference. So we'll begin with Metaplanet, the talk of the town in Japan. Simon, thanks for joining us, coming all this way. Tell us about the excitement around the company in Japan and what you're seeing.
It's an incredibly exciting time. We announced 3 months ago that we were adopting the Bitcoin standard. We're a listed company in Japan, originally in hospitality. It, as you can imagine, was a difficult time during COVID, but it was a blessing in disguise. Crypto is something that I've always been passionate about on the side, particularly Bitcoin. First purchased Bitcoin back in 2012.
Wow, early.
Actually on Mount Gox. That's another story.
Wow.
But as a result of COVID, convinced our board at that time to consider selling the business. We found another company in Japan that wanted to acquire us. And I spent the better part of the next year cleaning up the balance sheet and then preparing ourselves really to adopt the Bitcoin standard.
And of course, you hired a director of Bitcoin strategy and Dylan LeClaire over here. How did that relationship come together? Obviously, Dylan known for his markets insights and analysis. How did you meet, and what did you tell him about this idea that you had about becoming MicroStrategy or adopting the Bitcoin standard, in your words?
Well, I can't really take credit for finding Dylan. I had been a follower of him on Twitter, and he produces wonderful content. And I have been following MicroStrategy for the better part of the last 4 years, and Dylan has been producing some wonderful content. He actually reached out to me by email. This is after UTXO became our recent shareholder.
Okay.
We had a conversation, and Dylan said he'd love to be part of this and help us roll out the playbook.
And so maybe we can dive into that playbook. Obviously, we see the headlines here in America about the frenzy around the stock, how it's constantly trending, how, obviously in the face of the economic environment over there, it's become a bit of a viral phenomenon. Maybe just take us into what's happening on the ground. Why has Metaplanet really captured the zeitgeist?
So Japan is really gone through a period of economic difficulty. The yen has reached a 34-year low. The purchasing power of the yen is at its lowest level ever. It's down more than 2/3 in 30 years. And so if you're an average Japanese person, I think you're rather upset. You enjoy traveling, you enjoy buying things, but now your yen won't travel very far. And so I think the timing of us announcing that we would be effectively a proxy for Bitcoin, provide a way for Japanese retail investors to get exposure to the ultimate monetary network. It's not efficient actually for Japanese to buy Bitcoin directly.
Right.
It's very the tax rate's 55%. It's treated as miscellaneous income, but if they buy our shares, they would only have to pay 20% tax. So our objective is to be a company that provides leveraged exposure to Bitcoin. So the timing is really quite good. The reaction has been extraordinary. The stock is up 6-7x in the last 3 months. Dylan did some number calculations for us, and we've done the trading volume has been about 1 billion shares, I think, plus over the past 3 months, which is far more than the previous 10 years.
Well, so maybe let's dive into it. So how is the company acquiring Bitcoin? What goes into one of your Bitcoin purchases? How obviously you've done a number of sales now going viral on Twitter for the size of your purchases in yen. So tell us a little bit about how that works on the back end.
Sure. We're effectively using all the capital market tools that are available to us. So we are a public company, so we can issue shares, we can raise money through issuance of bonds. Obviously, MicroStrategy has created this playbook for corporations around the world to follow. So we can't take credit for coming up with the idea, but it is something that MicroStrategy wants the rest of the world to embrace. And so we started the journey. We had on our capital structure some unexercised warrants. And so I facilitated the transfer of those warrants to a group of high-quality strategic investors. That happened back in April. Those investors exercised those warrants, injected cash into the company, and then together with our cash balance, we made our first purchase of Bitcoin. We then issued a bond at an interest rate of 0.5%, and that closed about a month ago. We then used that to purchase more Bitcoin. We're now at a point where the next step is to issue more equity. And we recently had a shareholder meeting about a month ago, and we had overwhelming support from shareholders to embrace this new plan. And we also increased our authorized share capital. That basically means now we have room to issue equity securities. So the company now is just really thinking about the best way to affect a capital raise going forward, and using that, of course, to buy as much Bitcoin as we can.
Well, exciting stuff. I want to bring Dylan in here, the Director of Bitcoin Strategy. What a title, Dylan, to have Director of Bitcoin Strategy. Take us into that role. What does the Director of Bitcoin Strategy do at Metaplanet, and how are you impacting the markets?
Yeah, I mean, Simon and I are basically working together hand in hand to evaluate all these options, evaluate our tools, and again, yeah, just looking to acquire Bitcoin, and also, as part of our broader plan, we want to have an outsized impact in the native Japanese markets and community all around Bitcoin. I think Japan is very, it's fertile soil, it's fertile grounds for Bitcoin adoption. Obviously, the Mt. Gox Mt. Gox implosion has
some good news recently. The repayments coming out, people reclaiming their Bitcoin balances, maybe some new buyers from that set. But Dylan,
yeah, and so I think it's all about in Japan, I think it's similar to how where the U.S. was 4 years ago in terms of the Bitcoin landscape, but also in terms of the economic landscape, monetary policy. Short rates are near zero, long rates are at 1% or so. Japan has the highest debt to GDP in the world, so we think it's primed to come out and have a strong Bitcoin first, Bitcoin only approach. We posted a white paper in English and Japanese on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. And so basically outlining our plan, outlining our Bitcoin thesis, and why there is no inferior, there is no second best essentially. And it's been very strongly, it's been very welcome. It's been a good perception so far.
And of course, we have the elephant in the room here, Mr. Mike Germano from Bitcoin Magazine. Mike, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Rizzo. It's actually my first time ever on the desk with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Little known fact, Mike Germano, the inventor of the Mara news desks, now finally reclaiming his rightful place in the center of our stage.
I'm just happy to be. You've just done such a great job over all the years, so I'm just really happy to actually.
And you seem to have a pen and paper there. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about what that's about.
It's about me making notes, but more importantly, once again, speaking on the Bitcoin Magazine side, we've watched what Metaplanet has done. It's been very exciting. For those of you who don't know, Bitcoin Magazine is obviously located here in Nashville. We have a global company where our content has been, all over the world, but mostly in English.
And Bitcoin Magazine Ukraine as well.
Correct. Yeah. So we spent the year, we've built Bitcoin Magazine Ukraine for Ukrainian and Russian speakers. Bitcoin Magazine Switzerland we launched last year, and this year, which is something that we're very excited about, we are partnering with Metaplanet to launch Bitcoin Magazine Japan. So we're very thankful for the Metaplanet team. What this truly means is, number one, we believe the Japanese market is an important one. We also believe that's not just about taking our content and putting into AI and translating it. It's about localizing the work that we're doing, building the community around what we're doing. If you could see here at this conference, this is what we were able to do here in the US. We have, obviously, our conference business is growing globally. We're very excited to try to bring more events and really connect people. But we need people who not only understand the market and are passionate about it. And right now, if we're looking at Metaplanet, there's no one else when we're thinking about Japan that's really doing the work, investing the time and effort into pushing Bitcoin. So we are so honored to partner with you and really now bring Bitcoin Magazine Japan up and running.
Well, it's at the tip of the spear, and content so important in education adoption. Whenever you could speak about that, obviously there's retail fervor now around Metaplanet as a stock. How do you take that excitement and translate it into education opportunities? Is that something you guys are talking about?
Yeah, of course. And I think right now the dominant kind of Bitcoin education landscape in Japan is very much kind of crypto pluralist. The coin desks of the world. And so for us, I think, again, it's really about this unique time and opportunity in Japan. The currency is structurally weak and there's no path forward. And so for us, the Bitcoin narrative almost sells itself. It's just about, getting in the middle, entrenching ourselves in that community, helping with education, whether, it's local events, media, obviously, video content. And I think also, the activist role that Bitcoin Magazine has taken at the regulatory level with politicians, just kind of across the board in academia as well, just getting everybody up to speed about what this is. It's not just one avenue or angle. There's so many different kind of directions we can take it. And so that opportunity in Japan is obviously massive. The market is very large. Japan's one of the deepest, most liquid financial markets in the world. And so this was a no-brainer, and we're happy to kind of partner together.
Mike, I wonder if you can speak about that from the Bitcoin Magazine side a bit.
Well, I think it's exciting for us because Bitcoin is a global language, and even though it has to be translated in a bunch of different languages for you to read all about it, but Bitcoin is the one thing that kind of unites us globally. So our goal, our passion to try to expand our company, get more information, and make another node in our network is not easy. It's it might seem like it's growing globally is easy. It's not. We need to find the right partners, and more importantly, Bitcoin has adopted such a unique culture. And if you think of everything from Pizza Day, how that's celebrated all over the world, or the White Paper Day, and to really, one of the things that's beautiful about Japan is there really is a beautiful culture there. And how does that now impact how Bitcoiners celebrate, how Bitcoiners talk about their passion in this community? I think it's something that we're quite excited about. And also, to not have a Bitcoin magazine in Japan where we think Satoshi Nakamoto, where I'd like to, I think that's something,
Right.
We got to give our respects to the
Satoshi
big
out
guy.
there smiling somewhere about Bitcoin Magazine Japan, perhaps.
Absolutely. We hope so.
So want to broaden a little bit to Bitcoin treasuries. Obviously, that's the subject of the conversation, pioneered by MicroStrategy. But maybe we can speak to the broader phenomenon, Simon, of just, we've seen MicroStrategy, we've seen Square now Block acquire, build a Bitcoin treasury. We'll have a similar Scientific on stage, another U.S. healthcare company on stage talking about its Bitcoin acquisition strategy. We've seen Reddit, Bitcoin Depot, DeFi Technologies, the list goes on. I guess, is this something that you're looking at, does this become a broader phenomenon, and why do you think that might be?
Well, I think the world is definitely realizing that Bitcoin is something that's here to stay. It is an extraordinary form of money. It's the apex monetary asset. Following MicroStrategy over the past 4 years, we just recognize that this is something that is a phenomenon that's going to take over the world. Clearly, it's happening at a faster pace in the US and perhaps partially Europe. Asia is incredibly conservative, although you will know that Asian crypto traders are incredibly active, perhaps more so than any other place in the world. But we wanted to kind of take a stand. We wanted to be the first company in Asia to adopt a Bitcoin standard and set the playbook in Asia in a place with a lot of regulation, that this is something that can be done.
And were there barriers to that decision? You spoke a little bit about the setup. What were those barriers like, and are those barriers becoming easier? Do you think it will be easier for the next company to adopt?
I think it really depends on the country. Japan is very conservative. I think the stars really aligned for us because we had this public vehicle where we were looking for something new to do with it.
Right.
Because of COVID and hospitality difficulty, the timing was really great to adopt and embrace something else. Always get very inspired when I hear what Michael Saylor talks about, the early days of the decision process that he went through.
Right.
And I think in many cases it was quite similar for us. We were at a sort of a juncture, a split in the road, and we could continue investing in the hotel business at a time when it was very difficult, or look at a different way,
So what
better
does
way.
success look like for Metaplanet going forward? Is it acquire more Bitcoin? Is that the goal?
Absolutely. We would like to acquire as much Bitcoin as we possibly can. But it's also things like Bitcoin Magazine. So we're incredibly excited to partner with Bitcoin Magazine. One of our stated objectives, besides owning as much Bitcoin as possible, is to
An
onboard.
objective many share of the 20,000 attendees here, I'm sure.
No, absolutely. But in Japan in particular, we talked about Satoshi Nakamoto, and Japan was a very important place at the genesis of Bitcoin. A lot of the big players were in Japan at that time. And so I think Japan is a place that's ripe for more Bitcoin adoption. And our objective is to help onboard as many more people as possible. And there isn't a better way to do that than to do that through the lens of Bitcoin Magazine.
And of course, the Bitcoin Magazine experts at the adoption side. Mike, wonder if you could talk a little bit about payments going on at this conference. Obviously, there are vendors from all over the world here, and they're making payments in Bitcoin, in Lightning, for food, drinks, beverage, merch. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the work that goes into that, the importance that Bitcoin Magazine puts on that Bitcoin payments and adoption part.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to have a conference on Bitcoin, you better accept Bitcoin. So
Often said, seldom done.
Yes. And so sometimes it's very difficult. And obviously we spent the last 2 days running around trying to make sure everything is set up. We have BTC Pay Server here. Rockstar, who I'm sure everyone knows, has been running around setting.
I saw him at the merch booth this morning, setting up the terminals.
He was. Last night we were demoing the Donald Trump and Ross Ulbricht cards, BTC Pay Server cards, where obviously when you tap them, it even lights up and gives lightning eyes. And once again, you can buy those in our store right now over there. The exciting thing is all of our vendors, everyone has to accept that. That's something that we kind of make sure we kind of mandate for everyone to want to do.
Right.
You want to get that experience. We're seeing a lot of people for their first time. There's my kids are actually here. My daughter is selling her little Taylor Swift wrist bracelets, and you have to pay her using Lightning. So even the attendees are accepting Bitcoin payments for the little handmade things.
Well, I look forward to buying my Bitcoin Magazine Japan with Bitcoin. Simon, thanks for joining us, and Dylan and Mike as well. We're going to send it back to the Nakamoto stage, of course, here deep in the industry day at Bitcoin 2024. We're headed back to the main stage with Caitlin Long from Custodia Bank, Miles Pacini from FB Bank, and Julius Baer from another bank, Bitcoin's role in traditional banks. The subject of the Nakamoto stage when we return here on Industry Day. We'll be right back, streaming on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Stick with us.
US dollars versus other foreign currencies, and that prevented it at least reduced the counterparty credit risk in time and in size, because you could settle trades faster. We need a CLS equivalent for Bitcoin to US dollars, and it's the bank regulators who are, through their own decisions, creating risk in the banking system, and I am now publicly warning the Fed about it, even though I privately warned them about it a couple months ago.
Well, I mean, the Hong Kong. There
Thank
you go.
you.
Yeah. The Hong Kong ETF, of course, with the Bitcoin does create a potential tension there that this could even be spurred on deliberately by someone else.
Sure, absolutely it could. The smart way to allow the ETFs would have been to allow the physical create. And then you would have 24/7, 365 markets. But by that decision to force it through the intermediary of a US dollar transaction, it was crazy. It created risk where there need not be risk.
Mm-hmm. Now we can talk. I don't want to go too much into U.S. regulatory stuff because it's not just the U.S. But of course, so much is happening. We've got the political side and everything that's going on there. But the Supreme Court, of course, has had some pretty interesting pieces. Chevron. I've been following the JARCASI versus SEC case from the very beginning because I recognize that. If people don't know, basically you can't, in the American system, the legislative branch and the judiciary have to be separated. And the executive, the idea of the SEC having enforcement internally is what has made the situation where normal lay judges don't understand the law, right? Which is really the JARCASI logic, is that if a judge can't even understand it, you did something wrong, and
right.
This is the actual issue. So it looks like we do have a mandate to change everything in America depending on what happens next. Is the rest of the world waiting on America? Can Singapore embrace? I mean, because everyone stands in awe of Singapore's capacity for, not just paying their bureaucrats, but actually getting really smart ones. We can't seem to do that. We get Gensler, all right? We get Gensler all the time. You guys get real people, and do they see this change? Is this what the rest of the world is seeing, that America is about to do something one way or the other, but it ain't going to be the same?
I think there's already in action an alternate that was done in Hong Kong, where your BTC is in-kind redemption. That's a flavor to the ETFs already right there. And that was done as a challenger, I would say, to the regular ETFs in the US. So I would put it this way that, the world across is figuring out what they can do with Bitcoin and fundamentally how can they integrate it in their ecosystem, and based on their intrinsic nature, of currencies. For example, if I pick up the example of Hong Kong as well, right? I mean, you look at it follows the UK model of allowing commercial banks to be able to issue their own currencies, right? This is a world that we might go back into after nationalization of currency in a very future world. I don't know whether it's going to arrive now, but you're revisiting that model where banks, like Halfini said, right? Banks have a big role to play. It's there, Halfini said it, right? And where fundamentally, if Bitcoin has to scale, if a regular person out there, any wealthy individual has to interact, they might interact it via a claim on Bitcoin, or they might directly interact on Bitcoin. It really depends on the profile of the person and the goals that they have and how they want to kind of interact with Bitcoin. So I think the opportunity is there. I'm using the word opportunity for all jurisdictions to look at this as a way to step up their game, especially in the banking world. So you look at 1950s or 70s, I think, where banks were struggling across the world, and Citibank came out with the game of Forex pairs. They reinvented the banking system with a new financial model. So I think that's the opportunity that all banks have, and they should. We're at a stage where we're 15 years into this, and ETFs have been approved. We are far more mature into the Bitcoin cycle. It's about structurally looking at the laws, like you said, Do we need to understand and update them? Do we need to look at the processes of the banks as well? I mean, you can switch on the technology. The technology is there today. You can switch on the technology to offer Bitcoin to your customers, irrespective, retail or wholesale. But the processes of the banks, the operators, they have to kind of also upgrade in terms of the training of handling. The customers have to understand that psyche of a deflationary asset. So you're talking about a complete game changeover. And I think the best equivalent analogy that I've heard is the antibiotics analogy of elongating the human life in 1920s with antibiotics. I think Bitcoin will elongate the corporate balance sheet. You wouldn't see the symptoms of fiat that typically we see, where out of 10 companies, 9 die. You will see a lifespan increase for corporate balance sheets when they move to this Bitcoin standard.
Does that future life, because you mentioned the Hong Kong banks, and I've always loved the idea of Hong Kong. It's stable coins, right? It's the Hong Kong dollar is a US stable coin, and the banks themselves mint it, which means they require actual dollars on the balance sheet. They can't fractionally reserve create their stable coin. That's my understanding, right? They require everything in reserves, and then they can issue their Hong Kong dollar, which is a US dollar proxy, right?
Yep.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, and then the banks actually print when you go to Hong Kong, the actual specie is issued from the bank itself, as it once was in America.
Yeah.
That the bank actually has to have the money in order to mint, just like Tether has to have the dollars to mint the stable coin, and USDC has to have it. Now, is that when you think of extending a bank's life, right? American banks do nothing like the Hong Kong institutions. They don't mint money. They forgot all that.
I think something that Kate and I definitely agree on is that if you're in this space and if you're running a digital asset portion of your bank, you better be 100% reserve.
Right.
We have been from inception. It is against all models of every other bank, that exists on the earth, really. And so yeah, I mean, whether you're issuing a stable coin, which is really just a blockchain embodiment of a ledger account, or whether you're just managing a deposit account in an extremely volatile environment, you better be 100% reserve. And I think there's maybe, I don't know, maybe it's Custodia and FV Bank that are 100% reserve in the United States,
and
then no one else is.
And that's it.
But that's a hard pill for people to swallow, to understand. How do we go from this fractional banking system that's existed from the beginning of time to a bank that actually has your money?
Can we not say that there's sort of a psychological friend there? Because, I think of banking in America, and most of what we think of banking is based on the prestige that these institutions held for so long. Their power is directly correlated to the prestige they had. Now, since 2008, bank prestige is, you go around New York City after 2008 and you say you're a banker. It ain't what it was before 2008, right?
Yeah.
We have a generation of the best and brightest going into finance because it was the highest paid job, and there was a lot of prestige that came along with everyone knowing you got paid a lot of money. The best people in the world were in that job. Now, I think we all felt watching all those banks a couple years ago go belly up that were associated with our business 2 years ago. Look how fast the prestige came back in our environment. I don't see anyone here embarrassed about what they're doing, right? No one here is embarrassed about working in this game. I don't think anyone in traditional banking, unless they're, so drunk off the fiat money, they don't know what's going on in the world. But most of them it's not really there anymore. How much of a benefit is the enthusiasm when it comes to role in traditional banks? Like, I've been to these places. You leave one of those offices with the C-suite, you get a bunch of people saying, "Can I get a job?" Right? That happens every time. Now, what I see is our industry has this enthusiasm and this energy. And I think a lot of the power base is in enthusiasm and energy and what people are interested. Is my assessment accurate? Can you speak to that? Is this a thing that you observe as well?
It is, and a lot of banks want to get into it, and it is unethical and probably illegal what the SEC did, but it is a fact that the SEC is giving exemptions from SAB 121, which is the punitive accounting standard, to certain large banks.
I saw that.
This is the Bloomberg article, Not a lot of people know about this. Last night someone was sharing it, and they didn't even know the SEC was giving these exemptions. It is nuts. The SEC did not comply with the Administrative Procedure Act in creating SAB 121 because they didn't put it out for public notice and comment as required by law. And then the brouhaha came. Congress voted to override it. Then Biden vetoed it, and Congress couldn't override his veto. And then the SEC leaked to Bloomberg their friends, their certain large banks, are getting exemptions from SAB 121 while the crypto industry still has to comply with it. Okay, so now what does that mean? It means the banks are coming, and we wrote a blog post on Custodia's website about the meaning of that. Banks are coming to the custody business. We were chatting backstage. Banks as legal entities are superior in the United States because they provide an exemption from federal bankruptcy process. Federal bankruptcy definitely creates a preference for the shareholders and stakeholders of the estate over the customers. The bank receivership process favors the customers over the shareholders. Really simple. So you want as your counterparty for custody, you want a bank as a legal entity. So now the traditional banks are coming, but then we're back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this stage of this session, which is that the traditional banks don't have the tech stack. And you start to see what kind of happened with the evolves of the world, where you're mixing cloud-based services with on-prem services. And initially, the Evolve hack, it looked like to me, they thought that was a hardware problem, which is why they didn't, because so much of their system was on-prem, and they didn't have an understanding that they had been hacked. And obviously, we're living the impact of that.
Speaking from the point of view of a bank, do you worry about, like, is that something that is in your risk assessments when you're talking about what's going on? Because indeed, the minute the Office of the Controller, Brian Book's piece came out in 2020, his letter, I said, this is going to turn all of the custodians into a beauty pageant.
Yes.
And they're going to be able to get whatever they want because you've only got so many suitors and only so many dates. And now, is that something are you ahead on that?
I think it is coming.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think going back to an earlier point, though, is that in relation to Bitcoin, the number one, I don't know if it's the number one, but one of the highest values that banks can do is bridge the on-ramps so that more people get access through not only fiat to Bitcoin channels, but custody. In FB Bank, somebody can, acquire Bitcoin and hold it in custody today. I can't do that at Wells Fargo. I've been banking there for 35, 40 years. I can't even send a foreign wire out of there. But I think one of the major roles that we can play that is something we're executing upon today is to give more people access to exposure to Bitcoin in a safe custodial environment. That's probably one of the biggest roles that we can play. And I think that as the regulation becomes more clear, we can adapt more services around things like collateralized loans and other things that will come out of owning Bitcoin.
Well, lots of things can come out of owning Bitcoin, but not more time on this session. Okay. It's lunchtime, everyone. It's lunchtime. Please, a warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville, presented to you by Mara. I'm right now at the 3rd annual Bitcoin Women of Bitcoin brunch, and I'm joined by none other than Emily Bailey. Emily, thank you for joining us. This is now the 3rd year you guys are putting this on. The event has grown massively, not just the conference itself, but the Women of Bitcoin brunch. How excited are you?
We're really excited, really grateful to be able to do this. It started out as a very kind of small side event, and there's just been so much demand, both with the attendees, increasing, but also just having more women coming into the space, either as, wives or daughters or, people who are working in the industry. We're seeing a lot of diversity in participation and demand for it. So we're really excited to be able to do it. I'm kind of blown away by what they pulled off.
That was incredible. I just heard the event sold out in 10 minutes. Like, that is a testament to the event that you guys are putting on, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of stuff. I won't, unfortunately, be in there, but looking forward to hearing all about it through the gossip, through the grapevine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we I think did not anticipate the demand for it this year. It was shocking, exciting that it sold out so quickly. So we're definitely planning, to go bigger next year so you can have more people. And it's just, I don't know, when I first got into Bitcoin, I was the only woman at the conference. There were several conferences that I went to in 2014 where I was the only woman, and now I have like a whole like robust like network of girlfriends that are all really into Bitcoin, and it's just kind of surprising to see that happen. So just happy to be able to do this. And you know, we had some incredible sponsors that made this a priority. We have Mara, of course, who took the title sponsor for the Women of Bitcoin brunch, and I know we have God Bless Bitcoin, who is really involved with this event, and they have their screening of their documentary here. And all of the women representatives from our sponsors are here as well. So it's great to see that leadership and participation level.
Amazing. Guys, if you are not already subscribed, be sure to smash that subscribe button down below. There'll be more coming from this conference throughout the next 3 days. Thank you again, Emily.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
You guys just heard from the Woman in Bitcoin brunch. Yo, what's up, everybody? We're Simply Bitcoin. My name is Nico Moran. Of course, my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields. And that's right. We'll be taking over the news desk for the next hour. You know what that means? We're about to 10x the energy, baby. Special shout out to Mike Germano, David Bailey, and the whole Bitcoin Magazine team for making this possible. And of course, we're the #1 daily Bitcoin live show on YouTube, Rumble, and X, Monday through Friday, 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And of course, we'll be your guide through these tumultuous times, or as we like to call it, we'll be your guide through the separation of money and state. That's exactly what I want to start with, Opti, right? Which is, this is what we're living through these days. You know, there is the separation of church and state. You know, it happened during like kind of like the Napoleonic era. And now we're living through this pivotal moment in human history where we're living through the separation of money and state. And I think that changes everything, because all of a sudden now, the individual has the ability to save and earn in money that can't be manipulated, confiscated, or controlled by the state. And that just tremendously changes the balance of power, right? And it just completely changes the social dynamic of everything, right? So I'm so excited for these moments. But of course, like every pivotal moment in history, there's some turbulence, to say the least.
Without a doubt, Nico. As we're seeing right now in the popular culture, a lot of people are very dissatisfied with the status quo. And if there's anything we've noticed in the last couple of weeks since politics has landed on our door as Bitcoiners, is that people are waking up to the fact that there's problems going on, that maybe we need new solutions. And as a Bitcoiner, and the title of our channel, Simply Bitcoin, we think Bitcoin is the solution. Fix the money, fix the world. It's a very simple solution. It might even sound too simple to people, but as most people our age, our generation, millennial and younger, we have basically no hope in the fiat system. And this is why you see such a savage response from Bitcoiners, and why we are so committed and obsessed with explaining to everyone, orange pilling the masses to this idea that literally, guys, fix the money, fix the world, everything will follow afterwards. And now, as Bitcoiners, and as we like to talk about on the show all the time, politics is right on our door. And we use the title of separation of money and state for a reason, because we are in a new era as far as I'm concerned. Now we have a money that no one can control, that can't get debased, that literally cannot be stolen from you, and the powers that be are freaking out. And as a Bitcoiner, you just love to see it. We're like,
Absolutely.
yep, we're just winning so hard that they're freaking out and they're coming on our door, and they're asking Bitcoiners, hey, what should we do? Or should we be afraid of Bitcoiners? Should we be afraid of this movement? And as we like to talk about constantly, we are a very powerful movement. As a Bitcoiner, as a voting bloc, as a social movement, Bitcoiners are going to take over the world. And we've seen in the last 15 years that Bitcoin is actively taking over the world. As we say all the time, it's going up forever. It's either going to zero or it's going to infinity. And the fact they can print infinite dollars means it's going up forever.
Infinity divided by 21 million, am I right? Anyways, people know that there's something inherently wrong with the system. You see the TikTok videos, you see those very popular videos, people get frustrated. They don't know what's going on. Like they're essentially saying like, look, I'm working 2 jobs, I can't get ahead. What is going on? It's becoming apparently clear that if you're a Zoomer or a millennial, you do not have the opportunities that your parents had. right? And what is something, what is wrong with the system? Well, it's obvious. The money is broken. And it's our job as Bitcoiners really to wake people up and to make them realize that it's not a left or right issue. It's not a red or blue issue. The true battle at hand is the party of green, the party of fiat, central bank, digital currency, slavery, nihilism, war, versus the party of orange, the party of hope, peace, prosperity, opportunity. And of course, that's the party of orange, baby. And that's what we got to fight for. So keep in mind, everybody, don't ask what Bitcoin could do for you. Ask what you can do for Bitcoin. So if you have, if you have that uncle, that crazy uncle at, Thanksgiving, or you have whatever, for whatever reason, they're still, consuming the legacy mainstream media, it's your responsibility to really wake them up and to make them realize that Bitcoin is the solution. Bitcoin is what is going to make the American dream possible in today's era. The American dream isn't dead. You're just using the wrong money. In fact, not only is the American dream not dead, it's been exported all around the world. If you are living on a Bitcoin standard, your life will get progressively cheaper over time. And what does that do? What are the secondary effects of that, my friend? All of a sudden, you have hope for a better future. In this nihilistic world, you're living in an optimistic world.
Hey,
pass it on to Optimus
optimism
Fields.
is a way of life. Actually, I do want to kind of go back a little bit. You were talking about people that watch a television and they watch the news. So at this point, I'm going to do a literally breaking of the fourth wall and call out my mom and dad because I know they're watching right now. Mama, we made it. And you got to unplug the corporate press. You need to not listen to the news right now because as we cover every single day, and I'm sure we're going to get into it with this next Simply Bitcoin Hour takeover, most of the things we're seeing come out from the corporate press, from the institutions that be, it's pure propaganda. Hence why we like to jokingly call ourselves Bitcoin propagandists because we understand the power of narrative trench warfare. And this is what we are all doing here as Bitcoiners. This is what you do on social media. You are in the front lines on the information war, which is being fought out on the internet. And I know a lot of things we talk about, especially coming out the younger generations, a lot of Bitcoiners themselves, we are way outside the Overton window. We're way outside what the normal population thinks is normal to talk about. And we lean into it. Of course, we don't want to leave people behind. We want most people to save in Bitcoin. As we say all the time, Bitcoin is for anyone. If you have a problem, which I would say there's 8 billion people on planet Earth that all have the same problem, we have a really bad money. It is broken money. The systems are corroding. They are falling down. People are losing trust in the institutions. And you're starting to see the social backlash of this. And as a Bitcoiner, as someone that believes in personal sovereignty and personal responsibility, it's important to take back your mind. And this is what Bitcoin allows you to do. Once you understand the institutions are probably lying to you, then you start to ask more questions and wonder, well, who else is lying to you? And as we talk about all the time, as my moniker is Optimus Fields, once you get on the Bitcoin standard, a new, pure, hopeful view of the future pops out, and you start to look at the world brightly. You start to look at the fact that life can be good. No longer are you worried about social issues per se. No longer are you concerned just about survival. You start to realize that just surviving is not a way of life. It's about thriving. It's about living a good life. It's about taking back your mind, taking back your body. As I say every single day on our show, fit body, fit mind, fit soul. This is how we win. People taking back personal sovereignty, personal responsibility, and the rise of the individual is taking place right now. And we battle it every single day on the internet.
Of course.
And it's beautiful.
Because just to add to your point, like, this is information warfare. This is narrative trench warfare on the battlegrounds of the internet. And every tweet, think about it like a metaphorical bullet. Every meme, think about it like a metaphorical artillery shell. This is really a war over the hearts and minds of individuals, trying to get them on the side of orange, right, versus the side of green. I don't even think they're aware they're on the side of green, right? It's like that, But look, I do want to pivot the conversation. And I want to talk about politics and Bitcoin. This is actually something that, for a lot of people in the Bitcoin community, they aren't really fans of it. And of course, it goes from Bitcoin's early days, right? This is kind of like this anarcho-capitalist thing. It's all about the cypherpunks and all that stuff. We have entered into the mainstream political sphere, and the reason for that is our movement is influential, right? Bitcoiners are now becoming a big voting bloc, and of course, politicians want to be voted in. So it creates a situation where, if you're a pro Bitcoin politician, Bitcoiners are going to vote for you. I personally am a single issue voter. I truly believe that if you fix the money, you fix the world. So I'm just laser focused on that, right? And I cannot believe this happened a lot sooner than I anticipated. I was expecting actually 2028 for this to happen, but it happened in 2024. And the reason for that is simple. The current administration has taken a very hostile stance towards the industry. They had a 30% proposed Bitcoin mining tax, of course, just to neuter the industry. Elizabeth Warren, Operation Choke Point 2.0. Caitlin Long's Custodia Bank being denied a federal banking charter, the attack on Bitcoin self-custody. And of course, that created an opportunity for opposing political parties to come in and say, you know what? Actually, we are pro Bitcoin. We'll protect your right to self custody. It was so funny seeing Donald Trump, and shout out to Vivek for telling him this. Donald Trump, in a campaign speech, essentially bring up CBDCs. Hey, if you vote for me, I'll take an anti-CBDC stance. And he was surprised by the crowd's reaction. The reaction was like, yeah. And Donald Trump's like, whoa, you guys like that. Fast forward 2 weeks later, he's like, you know what? I'll free Ross. And I'll protect your right as a Bitcoiner to take self-custody and to mine. And of course, he had a fundraiser in Mar-a-Lago, right? So look, this is the game theory being played out in real hand and real time. And what I gotta say is, like, look, you might not care about politics, but politics sure does care about you. And I'm personally gonna vote for the candidate that, is gonna protect my right to self-custody, right? And I'll say it as that. Like, do I believe that
hot take?
Do I believe that Bitcoin needs a politician to survive and thrive? No. I would say politicians need Bitcoin to survive and thrive. I would say it's not the government that's going to regulate Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin that's going to regulate governments. Opti?
100%. I am just like most Bitcoiners. I am very skeptical of politicians. I was an apolitical person, and that's why I love Bitcoin, because it's apolitical money. But once you understand that Bitcoin is apolitical, you start to understand or classic motto is the only way to really make America great again is if the money is good. And as Bitcoiners, we believe if America embraces Bitcoin, allows Bitcoin businesses to thrive, so famously said, and it's one of my favorite quotes ever, he who holds the Bitcoin makes the rules. And we're seeing that now they are bending the knee to our movement. And you just love to see the fact that they understand the game theory playing out, whether they understand it consciously or subconsciously. They understand that Bitcoiners as a voting bloc, as a movement, is a huge untapped resource. If I remember my numbers correctly, I'm pretty sure there is about 40 million Bitcoin holders or Bitcoin and crypto adjacent holders in America. And if they could sway those Bitcoin votes, it's going to be a landslide. And so as much as if you guys watch Simple Bitcoin, I'm a Californian by my culture. I was born in California. You guys can throw tomatoes later. So I would say I was a default Democrat growing up. And now I'm starting to realize that, hey, look, we have one side of the aisle that's trying to attack Bitcoin. They want to stop Bitcoin business. They want to tax us. They want to arrest us. And the other side, whether they fully mean it or not, embracing the movement, they're understanding individual, what's a Trojan horse. As much as we are, I'm gonna say, disgusted by politics, we understand that many politicians are corrupt. We think, as I said like 5 times already, fix the money, fix the world. Bitcoin will have a way of making politicians honest. As we always say, Nico, it's not a coincidence that the last 100 years is the bloodiest era ever, and it's backed by the money printer.
100%.
Most of the problems, if not all of the problems of the world, are backed by the money printer. They can print unlimited money to back things that the population doesn't agree with. They don't even have to agree with us. As we've seen in the last couple of weeks, The elites in power do not care about what the average person thinks because they don't have to actually do what you want them to do.
Yeah, the incentives are misaligned, and
Incentives are misaligned.
you buried the lead there. Then I kind of want to hit that topic, right? In regards to the Democratic Party, right? Kamala Harris had an opportunity to come to the Bitcoin conference. In fact, we have a current administration that belongs to Joe Biden. He's part of the Democratic Party. He has the opportunity to one up Trump and free Ross right now. He has the power to do that. Kamala, who is going to be the Democratic presidential nominee, she had the opportunity to come to the Bitcoin conference, but they refused. And what that tells me is that currently the Democratic Party is representing the party of green. I don't think they're properly representing their constituents. I don't think that, if you're a Democrat and you're holding Bitcoin, I don't think that the current Democratic Party stance on Bitcoin properly represents your interests, which of course creates an opportunity for RFK Jr. and of course Donald Trump to capitalize on that. But of course, this is Bitcoin's game theory playing out in real time. Anyways, I do want to pivot the conversation to this idea of America has been held hostage since the establishment of the Federal Reserve in 1913. And I think you said a really, really famous quote. I think originally it came from Ron Paul, which was, "It's not a coincidence that the bloodiest century in human history is the century of central banking." And why is that? Well, it's pretty simple. If you have a money printer, it's a wealth redistribution mechanism from the lower middle classes that do not have the means to save in assets back to the very wealthy that do have the means to save in assets and back to the government. And it allows the government to endlessly print money to keep paying for endless wars. And this is why you're seeing the endless wars. And also, it has a very detrimental effect for people that earn and save in fiat, which is the vast majority of society. This is why you have people living paycheck to paycheck. I do not believe that you can have a free society if a central bank exists. And I'll say this. If you are against Bitcoin, by default, you are pro central banking, right? And this is something that people have to realize. They have to understand that it is Bitcoin or slavery. There is no middle ground. Most countries on planet Earth are moving full steam ahead in developing a central bank digital currency. And that is fiat times 100. Think about the Canadian truckers protests, right? The government didn't like certain political beliefs and certain political protests. And you know what they did? They shut off the money. Imagine what they'll be able to do with the central bank digital currency. It's scary what they're doing in China. It's called soft power. So essentially what they do is that they incentivize you for certain behavior. If you talk ill about the government, they punish you a little bit. So what do people do? It's not like a direct force, right? It's not a direct forcing function, but it's almost like they incentivize you to behave a certain way. And what is that but not slavery? And it might not be the slavery that we all imagine with chains, but there is a chain. It might not be, you might not be able to see it physically, but if the government is incentivizing you to react a certain way, to behave a certain way, what is that but not slavery, right? And now what is the alternative? The alternative is freedom money, a money that no one can control, no one can create for free, right? So the message is simple. I refuse to work for money that another man can create for free. And I think the world would be a much better place if no one had that godlike power. Opti?
100%. I couldn't agree more. I mean, we say it every single day. Central banks are, for the most part, the sole arbiter of what happens in the world. They can print money from nothing. And if you're an amateur Austrian economist like we are, you understand the Cantillon effect. Those that are close to the money spigot, they get the power. And let's not forget what money is. It's simply power. It's power personified. And now we're seeing that as that power gets taken away, the powers that be are scrambling. They're terrified. You're backing them into a corner by literally just stacking sats, taking it into cold storage, and you're seeing the response. It's a reactionary response from the powers that be, not liking the Bitcoin industry, being afraid of the individual because, hey, there's more of us than there are of them. Though most people still believe in the legitimacy of the institutions, but we're seeing in real time that it is crumbling. And I do want to go back to the idea of the central bank being the last 100 years. Let's not forget that the Federal Reserve was created overnight at a secret meeting on Jekyll Island in 1913. They literally took the country by surprise. They had a private meeting, and here we are 100 years later. Everything is starting to crumble. We're starting to see the cracks in the system. And I really believe that only Bitcoiners, only the real diehard Bitcoiners, yes, we may be dramatic. Yes, we might be hyperbolic, But
are we though?
I don't think so.
Are we?
I don't think so. But we
I
are
don't-
breaking the Overton window.
I like the statement of Bitcoiner slavery. It might be very intense, right? But
It's
is it
great.
hyperbolic? I would
No.
say it's true. I don't think there is a in between.
No, I mean, we say it all the time. Why does the average person have to become an investor just to survive?
Just to
Whatever
maintain
happens,
purchase amount. Why should we be forced via legal tender laws to earn in a money that it constantly loses purchasing power? Why does money have to lose purchasing power in order to exist? Like that's the psyop.
ask Paul Krugman. He will give you the answer. It's so that we can have the velocity of money, guys. We need to make sure that our money loses purchasing power to ensure that the wheels don't fall off. And I think that is flawed thinking, but that is the status quo. That is the normal thought process of people, that you need to lose purchasing power to continue this economy to move forward. And as a Bitcoiner, as someone that believes in a hard money standard, if you've done basic history lessons, you understand that once countries go on a gold standard, they are more productive. They have golden ages. And I don't know about you guys, but we're all looking around the world right now, especially as younger generation, and we're all disgruntled. Most people are tuning out. Most people are nihilistic. They don't want to participate in anything going on in the world because they are hopeless. And as someone that has been stacking sats, that has changed my operating system, as CK always says, life is great. Life is wonderful. I do not lose purchasing power. In fact, all of my savings goes up over time. And once you can take back your mind, once you're off survival, the survival level of the hierarchy, you start to put your efforts and your mind and your creativity towards things that will better the world.
It's crazy what happens when you start saving in a money that increases in purchasing power over
So
time.
interesting.
Right? All of a sudden you have hope for the future, right? Versus this nihilistic survival of, basically surviving on a money that's constantly losing purchasing power. And of course, that makes you default nihilistic about the future, right? And I think most of the world has this, nihilistic view of the world. And what I see in Bitcoin, it's hope, it's inspiration, it's, oh my God, I actually have an opportunity to get ahead. It's not, will I be able to afford this? Will I be able to afford to live? It's more so, how much do I need to stack and how long do I need to hold, right? That becomes the question, right? So it becomes a much better situation. Anyways, I do want to pivot the conversation to something that we talk about a lot on the show, a central theme of the show, which I call the great disintermediation. Before we get into that, guys, you're listening to the Simply Bitcoin News Desk live at Bitcoin 2024 Industry Day. Anyway, smash that like button. Consider subscribing to the Bitcoin Magazine YouTube channel. Anyways, so I do want to talk about the great disintermediation. So what is that? The internet changed everything. What did it change? It gave the ability for people mass scale peer-to-peer communication. So there's no longer a handful of legacy media institutions. Now you have people directly communicating with each other. That's why Twitter right now, currently, the X app is the most popular news app. It broke the news of Joe Biden basically announcing that he wasn't running for president much quicker than the legacy institutions. Not to mention, it's free and open discussion, right? This is why they didn't react very positively to Twitter. This is why they don't like Twitter, right? So now you have mass scale peer-to-peer communication. That causes a great awakening. It causes people to do their own research, to get their information. It's not a coincidence that the most popular broadcasters in the world are independent media. Of course, I'm talking about Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. They're not connected with the legacy institutions anymore. And I think what we saw over the last 5 years, Opti, is that the legacy institutions, man, like supposedly these are professional journalists. And like what I came to realize is a very strong word, but it's almost a little bit like propaganda in a way. Almost, right? I'm saying that gently. Anyways, I do want to quote an article from Bitcoin Magazine. It's called "Don't Drink the Elite's Kool-Aid," and it was written by Nayib Bukele. And the reason I'm quoting this article is so that you guys don't think we're crazy when we're saying this type of stuff.
Yeah, it's not coming from us.
So anyways, this is to quote Nayib Bukele. The most vocal detractors, the ones who are afraid and pressuring us to reverse our decision. Of course, he's talking about the Bitcoin law in El Salvador, are the world's most powerful elites and the people who work for or benefit from them. They used to own everything, and in a way they still do. The media, the banks, the NGOs, the international organizations, and almost all the governments and the corporations in the world. And with that, of course, they also own the armies, the loans, the money supply, the credit ratings, the narrative, the propaganda, the factories, the food supply. They control international trade and international law. And here's the punchline. But their most important, their most powerful weapon is their control of, quote, the truth, right? And this is why the great disintermediation in terms of information is so important. People have the ability to consume the information they choose to. It's not being force fed into them. Anyways, the other thing that's beginning to happen is the great disintermediation of money. People have the ability to choose the money they want to use. And of course, Bitcoin has found a sly roundabout way to exist without being able to shut down. So governments, by default, they're going to be forced to compete with Bitcoin. And of course, Bitcoin's always going to win because it's censorship resistant and it's deflationary versus fiat, which is censored sometimes and inflationary by design. Anyways, Opti?
only sometimes censored. Yeah, look, first and foremost, some context. I am a public school student. So, you know, I understand the fact that I've probably been drinking the Kool-Aid my whole life. I would say I was brainwashed by the government schools that I went to, and only after college.
Hold on, but
brainwash is a strong word.
In what sense? Like what sense?
In the sense that you aren't taught to think critically. You're taught to essentially just believe what they say. Do not question
you think
the
that's
narrative.
by design?
I 100% believe it's by design. Do I really have to quote a very famous article from the early 19th or 20th century? I don't know if I can say that on this channel here, or I'm going to get canceled on it.
So don't.
But one of the tenets of a very popular collectivist movement is literally to indoctrinate's a hard word, but to take over the power of the education and the school system. So this is where we are right now. And the power of the internet, the power of the fact that people are waking up to the lies coming out of the corporate press. We like to use the corporate press because they don't abide by the truth. They're not really journalists. They have a narrative and they want to spin a certain narrative.
Not all of them. Not
all of them. I would say the big ones. The big ones. The main 5 or 6 that we consider to be the arbiter of truth, they have a narrative. They are not being bound by the truth like all of us are on Twitter, like all of us are that are creating content as Bitcoiners. The reason Bitcoin is so powerful, the reason Bitcoin memes are so powerful is because they have truth behind them. There's some semblance of truth in it and people resonate with that. And now we're waking up to our power as individuals. Remember, what is the most terrifying thing to people in power? It is a well-informed population. And now this is what we're doing every single day. You guys doing your research on the internet, you guys critically thinking, you guys that survived a very big lockdown and didn't believe the narratives coming out of the government for your own health, for your own critical thinking. We are the frontline soldiers. What do we say all the time on our show, Nico? Tweets are the bullets and memes are the artillery. We are in a narrative trench warfare on the battlegrounds of the internet. Every single one of us has a role to play. You don't need to make content. You don't necessarily need to be, on the stage at Bitcoin Magazine to have an impact. This starts from the ground level. This is a grassroots movement. The more you conversate with your friends and family about what you believe is the truth, obviously have some decorum. And don't be just the crazy person saying all the crazy things. We like to try to stay within the Overton window. We like to try to stay within what the population believes at the moment, because this is how we change things. And kind of rolling back a little bit, Nico, we've been talking about the new trend of politics in Bitcoin. And again, I mentioned a lot of Bitcoiners are very turned off by politics, but I think it's very important for Bitcoiners, hardened Bitcoiners in general, to get involved with their community. It doesn't necessarily need to be in politics, but get involved with your neighborhood. We need to bring things back to the local level where you know who your neighbor is, where you guys have these discussions, where you don't rely on the institutions, where you don't rely on the blob in Washington, D.C. to tell you how to live. You have a brain, use it, and think critically. Do some research. Understand that everything isn't exactly how it's perceived to be. I love quoting movies, Nico, and I'm sure everyone has seen The Truman Show, and we are living in The Truman Show in real time. and people are waking up to it. And this is what we're seeing happen right now in society. This is why you see so many people disgruntled on the left and right. This is why you're seeing these populist movements, again, from the left and right. We all are seeing a very similar problem. The only difference is our solutions. I fundamentally believe that the history of humanity has one fundamental theme. What is the best way to organize society? And now it's happening in real time. And instead of falling for the left side or the right side, there's a third option, and it's called Bitcoin. This is not left versus right. This is orange versus green. This is about freedom, individuals versus the state. And I think we would say we were winning. But considering community notes, Elon freeing the bird, there's a lot of conversation happening on the internet right now that would never happen on the corporate press.
We're yes, absolutely, and we're definitely the Overton window is definitely shifting. We're definitely heading in the right direction. But what I would say is that we still have a lot of work to do. There's still a tremendous amount of convincing. There's still a tremendous amount of hearts and minds that we need to win over. So our work is not done. Right. And what I got to say also in regards to what you're saying, it almost sounds like it's like this revolution. It's like this movement. And I got to say, like, guys, this is a peaceful movement. This is like the beauty. This is the beautiful part about the separation of money, say, in the peaceful Bitcoin revolution. If you want to partake, even if you're not aware, right, even if you're completely like unaware of what you're doing, the only thing you have to do to partake is taking Bitcoin into self-custody. In fact, if enough of us do it, we win by default, and there's absolutely nothing they can do, right? So this is an election year, and it is important to vote. But I got to remind everyone, the most important vote you can make is the vote with your wallet. And the vote with your wallet is simple. You buy Bitcoin, you earn Bitcoin, you mine Bitcoin, and you take that said Bitcoin into self-custody, and that's it. And you're defunding the system in the process. You're earning dollars, and you're selling those dollars for Bitcoin. Something that there's a cap supply. There's 21 million. You can't create more of it, right? Everyone's equal in the Bitcoin system. It's a system of aligned incentives. It's not a coincidence that the first country that made Bitcoin legal tender has the most popular president in the Americas. Why is that the case? Well, it's pretty simple, right? If you separate money from state, the only way the state is able to raise revenue is via direct taxation. Meaning they have to convince the populace that their ideas are good. The system that we have today is a very kind of insidious system, right? In 2023, the US government spent $1.7 trillion more than it collected in tax revenue. How is it able to do that? They printed the difference. They stole, essentially, right? Every time they debase the currency, I see it as theft. So if you separate money from state, all of a sudden, politicians, instead of trying to protect their moat, protect the moat of the money printer, all of a sudden they're incentivized to do good by their constituents. And I think we're starting to see that. I think we're starting to see inklings of that all around the world. And that makes me extremely optimistic about the future. I mean, the fact that we have a potential future president, ex-president, speaking at a Bitcoin conference is absolutely historic. And shout out to the Bitcoin Magazine team for making that happen, because that is incredible. That is a testament to the power of our movement. It has that much influence. We have that much momentum behind us that, you know, a popular politician felt like he had the necessity to go to a Bitcoin conference and essentially ask for people to vote for him. Like, that's incredible. And this is just beginning. And that makes me so excited about the future. So remember, everybody, to participate in this revolution, all you got to do is take self-custody. Learn how to do it. Learn how to use a hardware wallet. Put your Bitcoin in cold storage. Don't touch it. Don't sell it. That's all you got to do. You do that for a cycle, you're going to realize it's a good idea. You do it for 2 cycles, you're going to be significantly wealthier compared to when you started.
Wait, Nico, playing a little devil's advocate here, it almost sounds too simple to just change the world by saving in Bitcoin. What would you say to the skeptics out there?
I would say it's so simple, it's difficult.
Yes.
Because, like, literally, like, if you guys are new to this and you guys are like, how do I do this? It's pretty simple. Like, literally, is why
if you can send an email, you can save in Bitcoin and take it into self-custody.
We call our channel Simply Bitcoin for a reason, right? But it's pretty straightforward. all you got to do, like literally, if you were to do one thing, all you got to do is just make sure that you have more Bitcoin than the day before. That's it. Everything else is noise. Don't try to trade it. Don't buy altcoins. Just buy Bitcoin. Sit, hold. I promise your life will get progressively better over time because now you're on a Bitcoin standard, right? And remember, most of the world is not on a Bitcoin standard, right? And something that you got to fundamentally understand is you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you, right? So there's another component to it, and I think it's deeper. And people have to understand how important the role of money plays in the human condition, right? Like half of every transaction is money. What happens if that money is fundamentally corrupted? It's fundamentally broken. Well, it affects many facets of society, right? I would say it affects all of society, right? What happens if all of that all of a sudden that money is sound? All of that money is fixed. Well, I know what adopting a Bitcoin standard has done for me. I know what it's done for Opti. I know that what it's done for my company. I know what it's done for Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy. I know what it's done for El Salvador and Nayib Bukele. You're telling me all of those things are coincidences? People and countries and public companies that have adopted Bitcoin standard. It's almost like as if it's a cheat code. What do you think, Opti?
It's a life hack. I find it absolutely hilarious that it's a novel idea to simply save money. It's absolutely ridiculous that we've gotten to this point where economics is so complicated that the average person has to basically go to a professional, trust an expert, because it is too complicated for you out there. You are not smart enough to handle your own money. You need to become an investor. And us Bitcoiners are like, look, bro, all you got to do is save in Bitcoin and life gets better. Number goes up afterwards because it's a hard cap money. It's absolutely insane that saving money seems like the wrong thing to do. If a government if an individual handled their balances like a government did, we would all be broke and bankrupt. But hey, let's not look behind the veil. Let's not talk about the fact that the United States government has been bankrupt for a long, long time. I would say since 1971.
Where's the gold? Where's the gold in Fort Knox?
What happened in 1971?
Where's the gold? That's what I gotta say. Where's the goal? Like, and again, like these are, and I understand, some of you guys listening to the stream, I encourage you, don't trust, verify, do your own research, but you just look back in American history, the 6102 order, FDR made it illegal for American citizens to own gold. He put all that gold in Fort Knox. There hasn't been a picture of the gold in Fort Knox taken since the 1970s, right? And the reason I'm bringing this up is because El Salvador just made their reserves public. They posted their Bitcoin wallet address. You can literally don't trust, verify. You can check their reserves. And what happens when you do that is it's a forcing function for politicians to become honest, because it's a lot harder to take a little bit off the top to pay for a war if everyone has, the visual, if everyone could see the balance for themselves, right? So again, if there's any criticisms of El Salvador, what I got to remind that specific government, that specific politician is make your reserves public, make your gold reserves public. I don't think you could do that. It's not very easy, right? This is the power of Bitcoin, right?
Well, Nico, you said honest politicians. That's like saying jumbo shrimp here.
No, but I would say no. Hold on a second. That's not fair.
I know. I'm trolling.
I would say that the system is currently designed in a way where they're not incentivized to do good by their constituents. They're really just incentivized to get as close as humanly possible to the money printer, versus under a Bitcoin standard, a sound money standard, right? They're incentivized to do good by their constituents because that's the only way they remain in power, and that's the only way they'll be able to raise revenue.
Well, also, governments would need to be productive. And as I say, again, this might be an extremist take here, but it's not my quote. What's the scariest sentence to ever hear? I am from the government and I'm here to protect you. Well, now we can literally take our money out of the system and they have to actually work for you. Again, what a novel idea to have politicians and senators work for you in a representative republic. This is how it should have been. If the founding fathers had Bitcoin, they would be Bitcoiners because they understand the power of money. Again, guys, it's all about the money. It will always be about the money. He who has the power to print money has the ultimate power. And now we have taken away that power because of Bitcoin, because only Satoshi, and you could argue that this is why you don't like Bitcoin in the first place, was able to create Bitcoin. And then he stepped away because he understood the power of a figurehead. Now that he stepped away, now that no one controls the network, now that you guys, the individual out there running a node, has a say in the network, that runs the rules, that ensures the rules of Bitcoin are as we say they are no longer able to steal from you silently, which we would call inflation. All the things we're seeing right now is the mismanagement of money and the fact that the money is coming from a centralized authority that can print money, that can do whatever they want with money. They can expand the money supply. They can make you poorer literally every month when 12 people meet in a meeting behind closed doors telling you how the economy should work, which is absolutely ludicrous considering the fact that no one is smart enough, and not even 12 people are smart enough to understand all the intricacies of the economy. And yet this is the status quo. Remember what is written in the Bitcoin white paper. Money on the internet is relying on trusted third parties. Remember, trusted third parties are security holes. Take back your life, take back your money. You don't need a middleman in your money to tell you how to use your money. You don't need a middleman in the middle of the monetary network to tell you what needs to be done for the prosperity of the world. Now, as a Bitcoiner, we know what our monetary policy is going to be for the next 100, if not thousands of years, if Bitcoin is able to last that long.
If it stays decentralized and secure.
If it stays decentralized and secure, which means if you guys are running nodes, if you guys are staying vigilant, if you are not leaving your coins on exchanges like AKA honeypots, this is how we ensure that Bitcoin wins. The individual taking back their money. Again, the most powerful vote you can make is with your pocketbook and your feet. Well, I don't want to leave America, so I vote with my feet, or rather, I vote with my money. I save in Bitcoin. I don't leave Bitcoin on an exchange. And you're seeing, as we're going to see tomorrow when Trump comes on the stage, they are starting to realize the movement, the impact of Bitcoin. And this just shows how far we have come as Bitcoiners. Bitcoin's been around for 15 years. You know, gold's been around for thousands of years. And this is the only thing people can say about Bitcoin. Oh, it's too early. It's too young. It doesn't have the track record. Well, now we are entering the mainstream. We are breaking the echo chamber. And I really do believe tomorrow, if we get an incredible speech coming out from Donald Trump with some semblance of Bitcoin ethos in it, if he is actually trying to win the Bitcoin vote, I think we're going to hear some big news coming out tomorrow, and it should make the mainstream media. And as we're seeing what is said about Bitcoin and the Bitcoin conference in Nashville on the mainstream media, it's going to expose those incentives. So I'm very interested to see if we see negative press come out from the Bitcoin conference and Donald Trump speaking at the Bitcoin conference, or if we see some positive things come out of this conference. Either way, it's all good for Bitcoin. Everyone's going to say something. I'd be worried if they said nothing. And everyone is going to be talking about what's happening here in Nashville this week. And man, it feels amazing being here.
Absolutely.
I was telling Nico this the other day, you know, we've been to many conferences. The 2021 Miami conference seemed like it was going to be the biggest Bitcoin conference.
It was. I mean, that was the conference where Nayib Bukele
Yes.
announced to the world that Bitcoin is legal tender. You know, that's the conference where, you know, Jack Mallers made this historic speech. That's the conference where Max Kaiser interviewed Michael Saylor. You know, that's when around the time where Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy were starting the Bitcoin strategy. So it was a historic conference. I truly believe, and just to kind of add to Opti's take, I think we're on the verge or very close to Bitcoin becoming mainstream. Basically breaking the Bitcoin echo chamber. And the reason I'm saying that is just, I mean, take a look at the speakers at this conference, right? You have Donald Trump. You could say that he's one of the, I know some people find him divisive, but I could confidently say he's one of the most popular people on the face of the planet. Maybe Elon Musk is above that, but Donald Trump is definitely extremely popular, right? And he's speaking at a Bitcoin conference, right? And of course, you have RFK, you have Kathy Wood, you have Michael Saylor, you have mainstream content creators
Russell Brand.
Exactly. You have mainstream content creators that aren't necessarily, you know, they don't make Bitcoin content every day like we do. You have Russell Brand making an appearance. Of course, you have Edward Snowden. You have Vivek Ramaswamy. Why are these very famous people, very influential people, why do they feel the need and the urge to make an appearance at a Bitcoin conference? Because we're winning. Our movement is winning. Our movement is on the ascendance, right?
Well, it's also the biggest organization of freedom-minded individuals. And if that's who you're trying to reach, then you need to be at the Bitcoin conference. And not only are we going to break the echo chamber via the fact that everything we're saying, all the Bitcoin signals started to get exported to the corporate press, but we haven't even seen the Bitcoin price start to pump.
Yeah, and let's talk about
Once
that.
it starts to go and the retail FOMO's into Bitcoin, it's really going to be game on. And, you know, we always say we don't really like to speculate because as much as everyone loves the price of Bitcoin, as much as that's what most people talk about, we got to be honest with ourselves. People get involved, people get excited, people start to pay attention about Bitcoin when the price starts going. It's a positive feedback loop. As the price goes up, more people start to wake up to the fact that, hey, I can make some money here. Or as we like to say, you come for the money and you stay for the revolution. Once you really understand what Bitcoin is about, you start to wake up, you start to unplug, and you realize, oh, wait, I can get wealthy while I also make the world a better place. It's absolutely the best incentives ever created. Shouts out to Satoshi. Thank you, Satoshi, for creating the best money ever. And I would say rewriting the course of history. We have jumped a new timeline since 2009 onto what I would argue a more prosperous, hopeful future. And that's what I want to be a part of. I was taught with a very simple idea, which probably most of you were as well, if you're around my age: leave the world better than you got it. Whatever happened to that? Now we are seeing that as the fiat empire starts to crumble, they're trying to rob the coffers as quickly as possible before people wake up to the fact that everything is gone and the emperor has no clothes. This is where we are in the story right now. I fundamentally believe I was born to be a Bitcoiner. I was born to be here at this moment in time, as well as every single one of you guys out there watching this live stream. We were meant for this moment.
Yeah, yeah, and and again, like the question is like, what future do you want your children to live in? What future do you want your children's children to live in? What future do you want the future generations to live in? Do you want them to live in a future of nihilism, poverty, despair, endless wars? That is the future of fiat. Or do you want them to live in a future of hope, peace, opportunity? You know, and all you got to do, again, to partake in this peaceful revolution is buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, take that Bitcoin into self custody. And like I said, if enough of us do it, we win by default. Anyways, I do want to kind of double back to one of the things that you were talking about, Opti, which was, you know, these ETFs came in. We had this crazy run. You know, now we are living through, we're currently experiencing the biggest Bitcoin conference ever, in my opinion.
It's definitely huge.
Yeah,
it's huge. You should have been here. It's huge.
This is huge, to say the least, right? So, you know, what's going on with the price? We've been going sideways for, you know, a couple weeks now, man. Like,
Well,
what's going on?
Are you asking me seriously?
What I'm asking you is Bitcoin dead?
It's so over. There's been what, like 300 obituaries of Bitcoin. It's so over. It was a good run, boys. Pack it up. We had a great time here. No, seriously. Maybe I shouldn't put my tinfoil hat on, Nico. Am I allowed to put my tinfoil hat on? Okay. Well, I fundamentally believe there are some powers here that want to keep the price low. I think it's very obvious that people want to pack their bags. We all want cheaper Bitcoin. We're all playing the same game. The name of the game is accumulation. We are playing Hungry Hippo on try to acquire as much Bitcoin. We're playing Pac-Man with Bitcoin, and everyone is waking up to this power. Even if you are a part of the fiat system, you realize that there's a problem with the money. There's nowhere to store your value without it having the risk of going poof. Literally, this is where we are. Remember the 2008 financial crisis?
And again, I want to emphasize, and sorry to interrupt you, Opti, but like, we have to understand that if you live in the developed world, you have the financial privilege of having a relatively stable fiat currency.
Yes.
The vast majority of the world does not have that same privilege. They live in a country where the inflation rate is 10, 15, 20, 30, 40%. So Bitcoin for them is not, you know, it's not an option. It's basically one of the only ways to live. If you're living through a hyperinflationary period in your country, you know, it's impossible to do business. Like, how are you going to put food on the table? How do salaries keep up? How do you do transactions? You have to what, bring wads and wads of cash just to pay for the same thing,
Wheelbarrows.
right? So only the U.S., right, and Europe, and there's certain countries that have relatively stable fiat currencies. I love the way that Jeff Booth puts it, where the inflation rate isn't high enough for people to realize they're being stolen from. So that's something to keep in mind, right? As Americans, we have this very, very special privilege, right? Most of the world doesn't have that privilege. And another thing that I'll say too is the awesome part about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin doesn't care what your skin color is, what your religion is, what your beliefs are. Anyone has the ability to download a Bitcoin wallet, and all of a sudden you have the ability to interact with the global economy. Before Bitcoin, what are you going to do? Like, people have to understand that if you happen to be born in a certain country, you can't open a bank account. Do you understand how unfair that is? Do you have a choice in that? Is that your fault? All of a sudden, you're excluded from the monetary network, the monetary system, because you happen to be born in a certain country? Do you realize how unfair that is? All us Bitcoiners are saying is everyone should have the ability to earn in the money and interact with the money and transact in the money that doesn't debase and that isn't censored. That's all we're fighting for. That's literally all we're advocating for. And simple. It's crazy, how much it exposes incentives, because people that are against Bitcoin, what they're essentially saying is, I don't want people to have that ability. I don't want people to have the ability to save in a money that we can't control and we can't debase. That is so insidious. That is so nasty. Like, if you break it down like that, why else would you be against Bitcoin? Why else would you have an anti-Bitcoin stance? It's like Bitcoin. You can't convince me that me holding my private keys is somehow dangerous to society. You can't convince me that me earning in a money that you can't debase is somehow dangerous. You can't convince me of that. So anyways, I do want to pivot back to pivot the conversation and to this idea of where we're heading, right? I really believe that we're heading into, here on my notes, I have bright orange future, a future of optimism, a future of peace, a future of hope. And I think it's very difficult to envision that future from where we are today, just because of all the things that happened, right? The 2008 financial crisis, the economic situation of the younger generations of the millennials and Zoomers. And what I want to tell everybody watching the stream right now is there is hope. And that hope is adopting a Bitcoin standard. And I promise you that will make your life better. You, over time, the more you save, the more you're disciplined in your hodl, you will see opportunities you didn't see before. It's not your fault. The current situation around the economic situation, it's not your fault that you can't afford a house. It's not your fault that you can't afford to have children. That's not your fault. But just because it isn't your fault doesn't mean that you can't do something about it. If you want to participate in this, if you want to effectuate change, like I said, all you got to do, buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, put that Bitcoin into self-custody. And again, enough of us do it, we will effectuate change. And that's what makes me hopeful, man, that change, that bright orange future that we're heading into.
Well, I could really only speak for myself. And ever since I've gotten on a Bitcoin standard, I've gotten healthier. I am more hopeful. My mind feels clear.
Why have you gotten healthier?
Well, I mean, again,
I think we have to explain it for people that don't quite understand.
I would argue that the reason I've gotten healthier is two-part. One, now I'm not stressing about just making money, just survival, but I'm also doing a lot of research into what I think is the best way to eat, the best way to do exercise, understanding one simple thing. If Bitcoin is going up forever, Laura, then I have to be healthy to usher in these sats. I have to be healthy to hold on to this Bitcoin as long as possible. Yes, it seems easy to hold Bitcoin. HODL is easy. It's an easy meme. But the mental stress that it puts you through sometimes in these bear markets are not the easiest thing to go through. Maybe not everyone is built for it, but that's why we're here. And this is why we constantly are talking about getting your mind right, getting your body right, ensuring that you're as tip-top shape in every asset and facet of your life so that you can actually be a good example of what it means to be a Bitcoiner, a good example of what it means to have the best money. And as Bitcoiners start to prosper, people will look to us and wonder, how is he so happy? How is he so wealthy? I want to be like him. For better or worse, people look at their peers and wonder, how do I live a better life? I am convinced most people just want to live a good life, but they don't know how to do that. And it's very simple. Just save in some Bitcoin, go outside, touch some grass, maybe get some exercise in, hang out with your family, create things that you enjoy, and your life will improve. It's not easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. And here we are. This is how I know we're early to Bitcoin, Nico. I walk around and I still talk to the normies out there. It's not derogatory, but just normal people. And
normal people is defined as someone who is not like a no.
I would say normal to me would be a no corner, someone that doesn't believe in what we think as Bitcoiners. And when I walk around in public and I talk to people, I still talk to people that aren't just Bitcoiners. I know, shocking. They don't understand what we understand. And if you go out and you do the same experiment, you go out and eat food, whatever you want, you start to realize that most people have no clue what's going on in the world, and Bitcoiners have the signal. It's on us to continue to spread that Bitcoin signal. So I hope you enjoyed the Bitcoin cult talk we just had.
I wouldn't say it's Bitcoin cult
No,
talk,
I'm trolling. I'm trolling the chat. I'm trolling the chat.
So
I
look,
see you guys in the chat.
What I gotta say, everybody, is your life will improve if you buy Bitcoin, you earn Bitcoin, you mine Bitcoin, and you put that Bitcoin into self custody. It's really as simple as that. It's really not that complicated. Don't trust me, try it yourself. And of course, this is the Simply Bitcoin News Desk takeover at Bitcoin 2024 Industry Day. And again, big shout out to Mike Germano, David Bailey, and of course the whole Bitcoin Magazine team for making this happen. My name is Nico Moran. This is Optimus Fields. Subscribe to Simply Bitcoin. Like I said, we're live Monday through Friday, 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Signing out.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions.